Chapter 1097. Huahuang clan looked solemnly at the bow in Mei Daozu's hand. Only the Chaos Fiend Celestial knew how powerful this set of bow and arrows was. In the chaos, the Fiend Celestial Qi Gu relied on this set of bow and arrows to become a tyrant. Even Yuan Ling and Pangu, who ranked at the top among the Chaos Fiend Celestial in Wuxia's previous life, didn't dare to provoke them. Just one arrow was enough to destroy a person's soul. No one knew what the ultimate lethality of this bow and arrow was. Even though Yuan Ling had merged with the heavenly Dao, this set of bow and arrows could still threaten Huahuang clan's divine soul. Even if Yuan Ling didn't die, it would take countless years for Huahuang clan to recover if her soul was seriously injured. By the time she recovered, the God-conferring plan would have been settled, and it would have nothing to do with her anymore. Huahuang clan's 3 clones merged back into one, and her 9 primordial spirits merged into the spirit cloud above her head. The 10,000 spirit cauldron emitted a bright light and floated above Huahuang clan. Countless fist-sized Yuan Ling's true souls hovered around the cauldron, leaving long tails of light behind them, and transformed into a spirit light ball that protected Huahuang clan in the middle. Under the control of the 10,000 spirit cauldron, these true souls of Yuan Ling devoured and merged with each other, gradually turning into countless blurry human-shaped shadows that hovered around the cauldron. The 10,000 spirit cauldron was the original spirit treasure of Panga World. When Huahuang clan activated the cauldron with all her strength, the great power of Panga World immediately reacted. Earth, water, fire, and wind swarmed over from all directions. Lightning, fire, and thunder silently surged out of nowhere and flowed around Huahuang clan. The entire realm beyond heaven was filled with the power of heaven and earth drawn by the 10,000 spirit cauldron. The enormous power of heaven and earth was almost compressed into a solid substance, making it hard for people to move. The Dao integration experts of the Holy Alliance, who had just exchanged a few blows, came to a sudden halt. All of them stared blankly at the bow and Dao Father Violet Brow's hands. However, the Buddhist patriarchs and Dao patriarchs who were fighting them took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on them, causing Great Horns and his companions to suffer a little. The hot-tempered Great Horns roared and launched a counterattack with his companions from the Holy Alliance, having no time to pay attention to what was happening here. Violet-browed, Daozu trembled all over. He was constantly injecting a huge amount of immortal power into the bow and the 3 arrows, trying his best to push the power of the bow and arrows to the limit. In the past, when the 9 Daozu were still in the chaos, they took the opportunity to harm the venomous insect and obtain this set of extremely powerful magic tools. Afterwards, this set of magic treasures had rendered countless services to the Taoist paths, many expansions and schemes. More than 100,000 Chaos Fiend gods had died to these arrows alone. It truly was one of Dao Father Violet Brow's proudest treasures. But this was the first time he had used it to deal with a Dao integration stage saint. While injecting immortal power into the bow and arrows, he was excitedly imagining the wonderful scene of Huahuang clan's avatar being destroyed by the bow and arrows, severely wounding her soul and forcing her to beg for mercy. "Don't mess up my plan. I'm counting on you." Mei Daozu took a deep breath. A bright light flickered on his fingers, and in the next moment, 3 short arrows suddenly turned pale green, shooting toward Huahuang clan's forehead, throat, and heart, leaving long shadows in their wake. Sitting cross-legged under the myriad spirit cauldron, Huahuang clan's hands were constantly changing hand seals. Beams of extremely powerful spiritual light whistled out with muffled booms, wrapped in all kinds of elemental powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, and bombarded the 3 arrows that were coming toward her. But the 3 arrows were like ghosts, invisible and incorporeal. They slowly shot toward Huahuang clan, completely ignoring the earth, water, fire, and wind that bombarded her body. All of the attacks passed through these 3 arrows. Not a single attack was able to touch these arrows. A faint layer of green suddenly covered Huang clan's fair skin, and this layer of evil green quickly became thicker and thicker. In just a few breaths' time, as the 3 arrows kept approaching her body, the green aura on Huang clan's face became thicker and thicker. Even the spiritual cloud above her head had turned into a faint green cloud, as if someone had mixed the bile of countless poisonous snakes into this cloud. Mei Daozu had seen countless people die tragically under the 3 arrows. The green aura on his face was a sign that the target had been infected by the vicious curse and poison on the arrows. He looked at Huang clan, who had an ugly expression on her face, and laughed in a low voice. The attack of this soul scatter bow is strange and unpredictable, completely different from common divine powers and secret techniques. Nuwa. If you can't find a way to restrain it, you're dead. Almost all of his immortal power had been injected into the bow, and Mei Daozu's body was now completely empty, like an empty shell. Now that the sky upon heaven was filled with the elemental powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, even Mei Daozu couldn't extract any spiritual energy from it to replenish himself. He took deep breaths, but in fact, he couldn't take in any breath at all. Mei Daozu didn't care, and he didn't even bother to take out a spirit pill to replenish his immortal power. The people of the Holy Alliance had Buddha and Daozu to block them. Who else in the sky upon heaven could hurt Mei Daozu? How wonderful was it to be able to witness the myriad poison and curse soul scatter bow injuring a sage of the Dao integration stage. If he could really injure Huang clan with one blow today, so that she couldn't come out and meddle in other people's business, it would be something to be proud of for Mei Daozu. Holding the longbow in his left hand, Mei Daozu smiled at Huang clan, whose face had turned pale green, and his 2 long purple eyebrows kept trembling. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Wuxia's mind as he watched the battle from afar. He narrowed his eyes at the pale green shadows formed by the 3 arrows. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and laughed in a low voice. So what if you're Daozu? You're so careless in the face of battle. You deserve to be defeated by me today. With a flash, Wuxia mysteriously passed through the huge essence of heaven and earth that had almost completely frozen the entire sky upon heaven, and silently came to Mei Daozu's side. The other Daozu, Buddha, and the sages of the Holy Alliance didn't notice Wuxia's movements. Only Huang clan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of Mei Daozu, saw Wuxia. Huang clan's tensed face couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Just now, Huang clan really had the impulse to explode her soul and fight Mei Daozu to the death. The soul-scattering bow of innumerable poisons and curses was too strange and vicious. Even though Huang clan was powerful and experienced, she couldn't figure out how the soul-scattering bow attacked her soul. The Thousand-Spirit Cauldron protected her body. The Thousand-Spirit Cauldron was a spiritual treasure that was best at gathering the power of souls, so it should be able to protect Huang clan's soul. But somehow, the evil power of the soul-scattering bow penetrated the protection of the Thousand-Spirit Cauldron and bombarded Huang clan's soul. Countless poisonous and evil powers turned into extremely vicious curses that bombarded Huang clan's body like a storm. It even shook Huang clan's Yuan Ling, who was in harmony with the way of heaven. According to Huang clan's estimation, if the 3 arrows really hit her body, her Yuan Ling would be severely injured. Suddenly, Huang clan realized that the soul-scattering bow of innumerable poisons and curses was not the natal magic treasure of the Huigu at all. It probably came from the same place as the Thousand-Spirit Cauldron, which was a strange object passed down from the Holy Realm. But when Huang clan realized this, her divine soul was already too weak to escape. Her whole body was filled with the power of curses, and both her body and divine soul felt as if they were being burned by raging fire and gnawed by thousands of snakes. Apart from exploding her soul to give Mei Daozu a great surprise, she didn't have any good way to fight back for a while. At this critical moment, Wuxia suddenly appeared behind Zi Mei Daozu like a ghost. Huahuang clan was overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, Huahuang clan yelled, "Zi Mei, Nuwa will kill you." The thousand-spirit cauldron let out an earth-shattering roar, and the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavens beyond the heavens skyrocketed by 10,000 times. The entire heavens beyond the heavens became a huge crystal condensed purely from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, this crystal was swallowed by the thousand-spirit cauldron. Violent energy waves blasted out from the thousand-spirit cauldron, stirring up the heavens beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens, and almost annihilated it completely. Even the divine sense of a Tao integration stage sage would find it difficult to deal with such violent energy waves. All of Zi Mei Daozu's attention was attracted by Huahuang clan. He had no time to check around. He had exhausted all of his immortal power, so he had no spare energy to check around. Like two breezes, Wu Qi's hands gently stroked Zi Mei Daozu's body. The spirit-restricting seal in the scroll of stealing had easily sealed the Yuan Ling that Wu Qi had found. Although it could only seal them for a fraction of a second, it was enough for Wu Qi to throw them into his body and suppress them with the power of one world. Zi Mei Daozu was indeed the leader of the 9 Daozu of Dao League. Zi Mei's sleeves were two huge interstitial worlds, in which countless rare and precious treasures were stored. Wu Qi had the skill of stealing the sky, so he directly connected the two interstitial worlds with the void in his body and moved all the treasures into his body. He gladly swept away all the miscellaneous things on Zi Mei Daozu's body, and then grabbed the Soul Reaper bow that Zi Mei held in Zi Mei Daozu's left hand. "Why are you so ostentatious? If you hold this bow so tightly, I really can't take it away from you. If you insist on holding it like that, I won't stand on ceremony then." Biting the tip of his tongue and spraying a mouthful of blood onto the Soul Reaper bow, Wu Qi threw it toward Huahuang clan with all his strength. After that, his fingers moved quickly, and 360 poisonous needles, which were refined with the venom extracted from 72 kinds of innate poisonous spirit trees planted in Yuan Ling's nether realm, quickly pierced into the vital acupoints on Zi Mei Daozu's body. Zi Mei Daozu felt his left hand become lighter, and then a severe pain spread through his body. The terrible poison rushed through his body in an instant, and even half of his spiritual ocean, which was very important to him, was infected by the poison. He could not help but cry out in horror. "What kind of poison is this? How could it hurt my supreme body?" Before Zi Mei Daozu could say anything, Wu Qi took the opportunity to take out the blood sword box. Boundless amounts of blood tumbled downwards, instantly tainting Dao Father Violet Brow's Dao body. And then, countless streams of sword light mixed with the bloody light rained downwards. The lid of the blood sword box slammed shut, and Violet Brow let out a miserable howl. His left arm had been chopped off at the base. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 8 Dao patriarchs cried out in alarm. They looked at Zi Mei Daozu in horror, who was suddenly severely wounded. Before the gazes of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 8 Dao patriarchs fell on him, Wu Qi had already flashed behind Huahuang clan and quietly hid in Empress Hua's palace. Only Zi Mei Daozu, whose arm was broken and blood was gushing out like a fountain, was surrounded by all kinds of poisonous gases, including purple, green, blue, and black. Chapter 1098. With one strike, he went straight through the front gate of Empress Hua Palace, and in a blink, he was out of the back door of Empress Hua Palace. Wu Qi had long since escaped from the realm beyond heavens. Along the way, he had used all kinds of methods in the scroll of stealing to disturb the heaven's secrets and aura, cutting off all kinds of karmic ties between himself and Violet Brow Daozu. He acted very quickly, and the various methods in the scroll of stealing to destroy the traces were very clever. As soon as Wu Qi left the realm beyond heavens, he felt relaxed, and no longer had the sense of crisis that he felt when he attacked Violet Brow Daozu just now. He had launched a sneak attack on Daozu and looted Daozu. Thinking of the incredible scene just now, Wuxia trembled with excitement. Without saying a word, he went straight to the place where Princess Zhang Lu and the others were slaughtering the celestial fiends to accumulate virtues. Violet-browed Daozu was very rich, and Wuxia had found a few very powerful treasures among them. Wuxia had to spend a great deal of effort to kill Yuan Ling's clones before he could take them for himself. There was even a purple 8-trigram mirror among them, emanating an aura almost identical to Violet-browed Daozu's. Clearly, it was Violet-browed Daozu's natal treasure, and Wuxia had found it as well. Wuxia was so happy that he almost sang aloud. It seemed that these Daozu kept their natal treasures in their sleeves, and none of them kept them with his natal divine soul at all times like Wuxia. But when he thought about it, it made sense. For a Dao-breaking expert like Wuxia, the connection between his natal treasures and himself was not very close, and he needed to be nourished by Yuan Ling's energy and blood at all times. But how many eons had these Daozu's natal treasures been nourished? These treasures were already a part of their bodies, so why would they hide them in their bodies like those immortals and Buddhas? Along the way, the 8-trigram mirror kept causing trouble in the world inside Wuxia's body. Several times, it almost broke through Wuxia's body and flew away. Wuxia could only try his best to suppress it, not letting it escape and not letting it leak any aura. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in amazement. It really lived up to its reputation as the lifeblood treasure of Dao Father Violet-brow. He had fled so far away and even had the power of an entire world pressing down on it, but it was still so agile. Fortunately, Violet-browed Daozu had been wounded by Wuxia with the 72 innate poisons in Yuan Ling's nether realm, and did not have the time to take back his natal treasure. Otherwise, Wuxia reckoned that he would not be able to suppress it, of Daozu Chi's of it. Besides, if he wanted to kill Violet-browed Daozu's Yuan Ling clone, Wuxia would not be able to do it alone. He would have to find a few helpers. Along the way, Wuxia used the heaven refining cauldron to protect himself, isolating any aura that might leak out, and hurried into the boundless void. In front of Empress Hua Palace, Violet-browed Daozu was spitting out mouthfuls of colorful poisonous blood. The 72 most venomous connate poisons in the Yuan Ling Dark Realm, refined by Old Man Yuan Ling using a secret technique, had combined all 72 types of deadly poisons into one. This level of toxicity was enough to threaten Dao Father Violet-browed soul. Violet-browed Daozu constantly took out bottles of elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth, swallowing those elixirs that were enough to revive the dead at any cost. In just a few breaths, Violet-browed Daozu had swallowed thousands of elixirs that could detoxify, restore his spiritual power, and restore his divine soul. Only then did he manage to control the spread of the poison in his body. Violet-browed Daozu, with a gloomy face, searched all over his body. The huge interstitial world in his sleeves was empty, and not even a piece of immortal stone was left. The 2 storage rings with large capacities on his fingers had also disappeared without a trace, and the dozens of accessories he wore were also gone. Even a belt made of purple dragon tendons, which Violet-browed Daozu used to fasten his pants, was taken away by Wuxia. Except for a Taoist robe, an inner shirt, a pair of pants, a pair of underwear, and a pair of socks, Violet-browed Daozu was clean from head to toe, with nothing of value left. The pair of cloud boots on his feet, which could allow him to go through the void, was also taken away by Wuxia when he left. If Wuxia hadn't been a little obsessed with cleanliness and didn't want to touch other people's underwear, Violet-browed Daozu's socks, which were warm in winter and cool in summer and could expel all kinds of poisonous insects and miasma, would also have been taken away by him. Violet-browed Daozu had worked so hard for countless years, except for the hundreds of treasures that he usually didn't use in the Dao Yuan Palace, which he stored in the Dao Yuan Palace. All of them were stolen by Wuxia. Violet-browed Daozu ignored the blood gushing out from his broken left shoulder. Staring at Huahuang clan with bloodshot eyes, he roared hysterically, "Who is that thief? holding the soul-scattering bow of myriad poison and curse. Huang clan didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. The shadows formed by the 3 arrows were less than 30 feet away from her. Although the speed of the shadows was extremely slow, it would only take a few breaths of time for them to hit her vital parts. Huang clan's 10 fingers quickly changed the incantation gestures, trying to forcibly break the layers of restrictive spells around the soul-scattering bow. She sneered and said, "I don't understand what Daozu said. How did Daozu suddenly get seriously injured?" Staring fixedly at Huang clan, violet-browed, Daozu gently shook his head. Streams of clear mist sprayed out from the top of his head. Sticky, 5-colored mucus kept oozing out from all the pores on Daozu's body, and the color on his face quickly returned to normal. A brand new arm grew out from his severed arm. Dao Father Violet Brows took a few deep breaths. The dense spiritual energy in the sky beyond heaven was completely absorbed by him. 90% of the immortal energy he had just used up had been restored, and the spiritual energy he had used up had been restored by 70 to 80% due to the consumption of over 1,000 spirit pills. "I don't think you were the one who ordered that man just now," violet-browed Daozu murmured in a low voice. "If you were the one who ordered that man to stab a poisonous needle in my body, as long as the needle was attached with a talisman personally drawn by Huang clan, I would have been half dead by now." Laughing strangely, violet-browed Daozu looked at the Soul Reaper bow and sighed. Well, these worldly possessions are not worth anything. Huang clan, now that things have come to this, I can't stop here. Today, your Empress Hua Palace will be bathed in blood." Hearing the words bathed in blood from Daozu's mouth, it was no longer an empty threat. As soon as violet-browed Daozu said this, the other 8 Daozu's eyes shone with a murderous aura. Their killing intent turned into boundless thunderclouds and gathered in the surroundings. From the thunderclouds, countless snowflakes the size of palms fell. Layers upon layers of thick and cold walls of ice and snow surrounded the huge Empress Hua Palace. In the palm of Huang clan's hand, countless tiny runes, each as small as a fly's head, darted out in all directions. In just a few breaths of time, they could not break the layers of restrictive spells around the Soul Reaper bow, nor could they retrieve the 3 arrows. Sighing helplessly, Huang clan looked up at violet-browed Daozu, narrowed his eyes, and sneered. "Bathed in blood? Well, let's see whose disciple will be bathed in blood today." Just now, no one saw what Wuxia did, except for Huang clan, who was sitting right in front of violet-browed Daozu, who happened to witness everything. Wuxia washed and stripped violet-browed Daozu clean, which was witnessed by Huang clan. She even saw Wuxia pull out a palm-sized purple 8-trigram mirror from violet-browed Daozu's sleeve. Huang clan knew that it was violet-browed Daozu's most important natal instrument, but she didn't expect that Wuxia could steal it from violet-browed Daozu. After losing his natal instrument, violet-browed Daozu's strength had dropped by at least 30%. In addition, the realm beyond heaven had weakened him by 30%, and guarding the list of deification had taken up another 30% of his energy. If he didn't teach violet-browed Daozu a lesson today, how could he have such a good chance in the future? Taking a deep breath, Huang clan gently raised her hands and slapped the myriad spirit cauldron from a distance, without even looking at the 3 shadows in front of her. With a rumble, Huang clan cried out in a low voice, "Reincarnate for all eternity. Cleanse your heart in the mortal world." Fellow Taoist, wake up now. In the infinite Maha-evil subduing formation, the former human emperor of the Yu, Xianxia, who was resisting the immeasurable pressure of the formation with 6 saint emperors and many human emperors of the Yu, suddenly froze. The deafening rumble produced by the myriad spirit cauldron reverberated and rocked in his mind, while a beam of pale green light shot out from between his brows. A bizarre aura spread out from his body, enveloping the surroundings with an evil green poisonous light. Zheng, the other 5 saint emperors, and the dozens of human emperors of the Yu were safe and sound, but the golden Buddhist light that enveloped them from all directions was corroded and turned into black ashes. Xianxia opened his eyes, in which were countless bizarre runes that looked like thousands of venomous bugs. Suddenly, he snorted lightly and said, Brother Lao AI, why did you bully me? Green-browed Daozu, who was fighting fiercely with Ancestor Guang of the Holy Alliance, shuddered and turned to look at Xianxia in horror. Lao AI was the name of green-browed Daozu in the past and the chaos. However, after so many years, even he himself had almost forgotten the name. In the chaos, there was only one man who used to address him as Brother Lao AI. He was the celestial fiend Gu, who brought a group of chaos fiend gods to explore a perilous relic in the chaos, but never returned. How could this be possible? Green-browed Daozu howled in horror, ignoring the sword thrust coming from Guangzu's chest. How could the celestial fiend Gu, who had died a tragic death in the chaos, reincarnate into Xianxia, one of the 24 founding emperors of the Yu? Guangzu's sword, which looked like it was composed of a vast amount of scorching light, easily plunged into Daozu's chest. Green-browed Daozu coughed out a mouthful of blazing purple-gold blood, then shouted at mate Daozu with all his might, "Watch out, senior brother!" Xianxia laughed evilly. With a sway of his body, he left the infinite Mahakasipa formation. Pointing his finger, the myriad poisons and curses soul-dispersing bow in Huang clan's palm was already in his hand. The shadows transformed from the 3 arrows obediently returned to their original shape, and were knocked on the bowstring by Xianxia. "You treacherous bastards who betrayed your brothers." Xianxia grinned hideously and said, "You really deserve to die. So many of our brothers were killed by you in that desperate situation, never to be reincarnated again. You all deserve to die." Once again, the 3 arrows transformed into green shadows and shot out. But this time, their target was Mei Daozu, who was staring blankly at them. With a slight flicker, the 3 arrows had pierced deeply into Mei Daozu's forehead, throat, and heart. Chapter 1099. But the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs did not even have the strength to say a word of anger. They were all shocked and bewildered by one thing, not to mention anything else. As long as the original owners of some of the most precious treasures of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs appeared, they would suffer a great deal. After all, although these treasures have been refined by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, they were magical artifacts of the same origin that were born when those chaos fiend gods were still in the chaos. Once those chaos fiend gods appeared, they would more or less have a certain influence on these treasures, which was enough to weaken the power of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, and might even trigger a backlash from the treasures, giving them a heavy blow when they least expected it. After a long silence, Buddha Guarding Heart suddenly laughed and said, Well, I do have a good candidate here. The deaths of their disciples were nothing. As long as they were given time, they would be able to nurture even stronger disciples. But they had lost all their faith. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs felt that they had been slapped a dozen times by the Huang clan, which made them fly into a rage. After all, it was a plan to control Penguworld. Only when Yuan Ling merged with the deity thrones through the baptism of the investiture of gods could he really occupy that divine position. Those deity thrones all had their own unique power. It was impossible to find a few ordinary souls and put them into the investiture of gods and confer them as deities. Only those with a certain level of strength could sit firmly in that position. For example, the position of celestial emperor could only be occupied by the divine soul of a primordial immortal in the realm of Tao reasoning. If you confer a few mortals as celestial emperors, they would have been shattered by the backlash from the heavenly Tao. In the past, even when the Ling dynasty and the Shizo dynasty were at war, the disciples of both sides had never really fought a decisive battle. The number of immortals and Buddhist cultivators they lost was not as high as the number of deaths caused by the invasion of fiend gods. After leaving Empress Hua Palace, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs immediately began to make various arrangements, try to end the war on Panga continent in the shortest time possible, destroy Diyu, and completely unify the continent. Purple Eyebrow Daozu coughed violently. While vomiting blood, he shouted, "And my injuries and the treasures that I lost might also be the doing of the Huang clan. Damn it, I actually made such a fool of myself today. My treasures were all stolen, and I actually didn't know anything." The 9 Tao fathers all spat in unison. Tao Father Longbrows, in a very ungentlemanly manner, spat out a large mouthful of spittle onto the spotless floorboards of the primal Tao Palace. As for Tao Father Violet Brows, not only did he spit out a large mouthful of spittle, he also spat out a large mouthful of green blood. In this trip to Empress Hua Palace, it was Purple Eyebrow Daozu who suffered the most. First, he was tortured by Wuxia, and then he was shot 3 times by the soul-stealing Bao. If he had not forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, his resentment would have collapsed Dao Yuan Palace. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs nodded slowly at the same time. After a moment of calculation and gnashing their teeth, Green Eyebrow Daozu pinched his fingers and said with a cold snort, "Of course we can't send our disciples to be conferred as gods. Once they are conferred as gods, they will be restricted by the laws of the 3 realms, and there are many things they can't do. We still have to leave some disciples to deal with the Huang clan. Even that goo can come back to life. Who knows if there are others? Not to mention the others. Just the 1,080,000 celestial lords of the celestial court alone would require 1,080,000 upper-tier gold immortals. This would almost wipe out the essence of the Buddhist League and Tao League. It was like shooting oneself in the foot. When the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were forced to swear the oath, they really wanted to die together with the Huang clan. But because they could not confer gods with the human race, and because of the threat of the world breakers, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs could only pretend that their relationship was broken. They let Great Wu and New Wu go to war, and let the disciples of the Tao League and the Buddhist League throw themselves into the battlefield. All kinds of powerful magical treasures and spirit talismans had to be used. Only by killing or injuring enough disciples of the 2 sects could the requirements of the investiture of God's plan be met. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs left the Empress Hua Palace in dejection, bringing Zi Mate Daozu, whose divine soul was severely injured, and left behind a deadly oath not to send the human race of the Yu into the investiture of the gods. Sighing all the way back to the palace of Tao origin, they sat around the investiture of the gods with expressionless faces. The investiture of the gods was still flashing with a dazzling light, but there was no light in the eyes of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. If they could not send the human race into the investiture of the gods, and if they could not confer the title of the gods of the 3 realms, the vast number of divine positions in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and mortal had to be filled with the disciples of the Buddhist League and the Tao League. It was a number that made one's scalp go numb at the thought of it. In the original plan of the Buddhist patriarchs and Daozu, although the souls of most of the human soldiers were weak, the investiture of the gods had a divine ability that could transform all the blood essence and energy of the dead soldiers into their souls and bring them into the investiture of the gods. In this way, these human soldiers could smoothly bear the power of the gods and be conferred the title of gods. But now, they were forced to promise that they would not use the officials and countless soldiers of the Yu to be conferred the title of gods, which made their hearts ache. Xianxia, one of the 24 founding emperors of the Yu, was actually the reincarnation of a venomous insect whose soul should have perished long ago. So who else could it be? When Xianxia recovered the memory of his previous life, he immediately took back control of the Soul Scatter Bao and used it to severely injure Zi, Mei, and Daozu, severely injuring Zi, Mei, and Daozu. In a short period of time, it will be impossible for Zi, Mei, and Daozu to fight anyone. Another example was the 1,080,000 celestial lords that the celestial court had planned. In the past, when the celestial court conferred the title of celestial lord, they would send the candidate's golden body into the natal star. As long as the candidate's fate and power merged with the natal star, he could become a celestial lord. But now, in order to possess the divine power, they had to send the candidate, Yuan Ling, into the core of the natal star through the investiture of the gods, to be tempered and tested by the star power. Buddhist patriarch and Daozu took a deep breath at the same time. Immediately, a few beams of light shot out of the palace of Dao Origin and quickly flew into Panga continent. Dao League and Buddhist League only needed to occupy the divine thrones of the great emperor of the three realms and the gods of the various clans. At the cost of less than 1,000 people, they would be able to completely control the divine power of the entire Panga world and then influence or even directly control the great Dao of Panga world. But now, they were forced to promise that they would not send the humans of the Yu into the investiture of the gods, and they were not allowed to kill human soldiers to fill the ranks. In this way, they would have to pay the price of trillions of disciples to occupy the middle and lower divine thrones. All in all, Buddhist League and Dao League would have to pay a great price, and they would have to find ways to murder their own disciples to gather the number of people needed for the investiture of the gods. All of this was caused by the Huahuang clan, and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Taoists were furious. They stared at each other for a while, then turned to look at the investiture of the gods at the same time. In this way, unless one had the cultivation base of a gold immortal, there was no way he could withstand the tempering of the natal star. Among the 1,080,000 celestial lords, there must be 1,080,000 gold immortals, and they must be the best among the gold immortals. Only then could they have the confidence to become celestial lords. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs looked like their mothers had just died, and the 7 Daozu looked like their fathers had just died. The dozen or so strongest, almighty experts in Panga world stared at the investiture of the gods with sad faces, only having the strength to sigh. Their sighs were mixed with violent coughs. Purple-browed Daozu, whose skin had turned pale green, was constantly swallowing spirit pills, coughing from time to time and spitting out mouthfuls of blood to show that he was still alive. The Buddhist patriarchs and Daozu ignored purple-browed Daozu's complaints at the same time. They had just lost some worldly possessions, and the most important thing now was not to care about these things. They had to think about it. If they did not send their own disciples into the investiture of the gods, or sent fewer of them into the investiture of the gods, then who else could they send into the gods other than the human race? At the thought of the immortals and Buddhist cultivators killed by the foreign fiend gods, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Taoists wished they could tear the Huahuang clan into pieces. If the souls of those killed immortals and Buddhist cultivators could escape into the investiture of the gods, they would probably have fulfilled half of the requirements for godhood. However, when the foreign fiend gods killed them, they swallowed their flesh and souls together. Only a few of them were lucky enough to escape into the investiture of the gods. Among the treasures of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Taoists, there were some extremely powerful treasures that were obtained through underhanded means, just like the soul-scattering bow. For these treasures, they had killed many chaos fiend gods. If the 24 emperors who founded the Yu, or the other important ministers of the Yu, were in the same situation as the venomous insects, it would be too terrible. Gently clapping his hands, Buddha Guarding will said in a low voice, "The human race is not allowed to enter the investiture of the gods, but we can't really send all our disciples there either. Not to mention the others, there are trillions of nether soldiers and bailiffs guarding the netherworld. How many disciples do we have that can withstand such a huge consumption? Besides, if word gets out that we intentionally send our own disciples to their deaths, it would be too bad for us." It was not in the fundamental interest of the Buddhist patriarchs and Daozu to send their own disciples to the investiture of the gods. In their original plan, all the middle and lower godhoods in the investiture of the gods should be occupied by the civil and military ministers and soldiers of the human race. that you had a large number of bureaucrats and powerful clans who had sufficient experience in administration and the ability to handle all kinds of affairs. They were the best candidates for the godhoods. The 9 Daozu gave Buddha guarding heart an angry look at the same time. The purple-browed Daozu was coughing blood, so he did not have the strength to quarrel with Buddha guarding heart. The Tao Patriarch's eyebrows, which were several feet long, fluttered violently as he snapped. If the 7 of you hadn't gone back on your word and violated the covenant between us with our plan, great, you would have been destroyed long ago. Now that the conferment of the gods is over, how could today's incident happen? Sitting in the palace of Tao Origin with a bitter face, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs suddenly breathed out a long sigh and said, I didn't expect that this Huang clan is full of tricks and that we have suffered losses in our hands one after another. God knows what other tricks this cruel and merciless woman has up her sleeves. Daozu nodded slowly and said, That's good, that's good. Although their cultivation base is somewhat lacking, they are more than qualified to be nether soldiers and bailiffs. And the number is enough to fill at least half of the requirement of the gods. Chapter 1100. At the border between Panga World and Chaotic World, Ninetails, whose body had expanded to over 10,000 feet long, was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, threatening a group of fiend gods from outer domains who blocked their way. Standing on his back, Wuxia and his company looked coldly at the group of food in front of them, who had no idea whether they were dead or alive. They had goat heads, goat legs, and human bodies. The ones who blocked their way were goat-headed fiend gods whom Wuxia had seen before. They were holding huge bone hammers in their hands, and saliva was dripping from the corners of their mouths as they stared maliciously at Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia, who were standing next to Wuxia. These goat-headed fiend gods only had a piece of hide wrapped around their crotches, but at the moment, the hide was pushed up by something into a tall little tent. Obviously, they were plotting something bad. Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia were both beautiful. Princess Zhonglu had a noble and inviolable temperament, while Wuxia had a strange, mysterious, and alluring aura. Those who dared to plot against them were the leaders of the goat-headed fiend gods. As for those small fries, their eyes wandered up and down Catfish, Gold Feather, Silver Feather, and Tu Xiaobai, while saliva kept dripping from the corners of their mouths. Apart from Tu Xiaobai, who was a vegetarian, Catfish, Gold Feather, and Silver Feather were also staring greedily at the goat-headed fiend gods in front of them. Ninetails was wagging his tail restlessly as he communicated with Wuxia with his divine will, asking him to give him at least half of the 3,000 goat-headed fiend gods in front of him. A month ago, Wuxia hurriedly left the human realm beyond heaven and found Princess Zhonglu and the others. After keeping the group of immortals of the East Sea, who had helped them craft the items of virtue, Wuxia brought them straight to the chaotic world. Along the way, Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia worked together with Wuxia to suppress the treasures looted from Zimei and Daozu. When they were about to leave Panga World, the goat-headed fiend gods suddenly rushed out and stopped them. They even threatened to eat Wuxia and the other men, while enjoying Princess Zhonglu and the other little beauties. Wuxia and his company did not make any response for the time it took to finish a pot of tea. The goat-headed celestial fiends thought that everyone was stunned by them. They let out strange laughter and slowly approached Wuxia and his company. Wuxia could not help but heave a long sigh. He cut off the divine will from Ninetails, Catfish, and the others, then spread his hands and said with a wry smile on his face, They belong to whoever snatches them. Eat as much as you like. The fact that they did not respond after 10 minutes was because Wuxia was trying to mediate the food dispute between Ninetails and the others. Among the many fiend gods from outer heavenly realms, the flesh and blood of these goat-headed fiend gods tasted the most delicious and contained a very strong life force, which was very attractive to Ninetails and the others. But a mere 3,000 goat-headed fiend gods could not satisfy the appetite of these big eaters, so they all asked Wuxia to eat a few more. Unable to mediate, Wuxia could only shake his head with a wry smile and let these people do whatever they wanted. With Wuqi's permission, Catfish was the first to reveal her true form. She opened her huge mouth and swallowed more than 300 goat-headed fiend gods. Ninetails waved his long tail anxiously. Countless dark shadows flickered in the void, and one fiend god after another was picked up by his tail and sent into his mouth, where he ate happily. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather struck out one after another, and the 3,000 goat-headed fiend gods disappeared in a flash. Even Ao, Buzin, and Lord Xianxia were delighted to see the prey. They changed their divine abilities and fought for the delicious flesh and blood of these fiend gods. In just a few breaths of time, more than 3,000 fiend gods were devoured. After getting rid of the unlucky fools who blocked his way, Wuqia looked back at Panga World, narrowed his eyes, and shook his head gently. He could not stay in this dangerous place for long. These Dao-fusing experts were plotting against each other, and even terrifying existences like world breakers had appeared one after another. Coupled with Pangu's awakening, the situation in Panga World would only become more and more complicated. Although Wuqia was not afraid, he had to think about the people around him. The loss of any one of them would make his heart ache. Clenching his fist and waving it a few times in the direction of Panga Continent, Wuqia murmured something under his breath, something along the lines of "I'll be back sooner or later." Then he stomped on Ninetails, who was drooling, and the group transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the boundless chaos. With the Ninetails as their mounts, the dangerous chaotic world had become much safer. Wherever the Ninetails passed, the raging tides of chaos calmed down. The company traveled at high speed in the chaos without any danger, flying deeper into the depths of the chaos, according to the impression in Wuqi's memory. Along the way, Wuqia carefully erased the traces left by the group. If they encountered any creatures in the chaos, they would be careful not to provoke them. If any unlucky ones accidentally saw Wuqia and the others, Wuqia would immediately kill them with a thunderous method. Their souls would be devoured by Wuqia with a mystic art in the Scroll of Stealing, and their bodies would be divided and eaten by Ninetails and the others. When he learned from Pangu that even the souls of those who were killed were not destroyed, and that some of their memories were still left in some of their origin soul particles, Wuqia would no longer use the old method to kill his enemies. He would not let even one of their origin soul particles slip away from his hands. He would absorb them all with a mystic art to strengthen his divine soul. Wuqia did not want the soul particles of these people to be absorbed by Panga one day and let him find his whereabouts. Heath and Panga were not life-and-death friends. At most, they could be regarded as acquaintances. In Wuqi's heart, he was inexplicably wary of the unfathomable Pangu. The place he was going was a place for his family, friends, and disciples to settle down. He could not tolerate any negligence. Ninetails had been flying in the chaos for half a year. This place was already extremely far away from Panga World, so far that even Dao-fusing experts could not spy on Wuqia and the others with their divine sense, even if they tried their best. Wuqia directed the Ninetails to bypass countless natural obstacles in the boundless chaos. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front of them, and then 5 dark stars with a prismatic light appeared in front of them, with the distribution of the 5 elements. These 5 stars were extremely bizarre. The black light they emitted was full of bone-piercing coldness and contained the power of death that could destroy all life. These stars were famous in the chaos, and the Chaos Fiend gods called them Black Death Stars. When Yuanling was still wandering in the chaos, even a supreme fiend god like Pangu did not dare to approach the Black Death Stars, for fear that the black light would corrode him for too long and destroy his fleshly body and soul. Carefully, Wuqia drove Ninetails to the center of the 5 Black Death Stars. He shook his head gently. The white rat who gave Wuqia the Scroll of Stealing was really extraordinary. He could not believe that he could come up with such an unimaginable method. This really amazed Wuqia. How did he find this method? And how did he find a secret location on the opposite side? After sighing with emotion for a while, Wuxia ordered everyone to sit cross-legged on Ninetail's back, carefully attaching their bodies to Ninetail's back. His hands kept performing incantation gestures, and countless black lights flashed rapidly on his fingertips. At the same time, the 5 black Death Stars around him burst into a dazzling light. Wisps of black light formed the pattern of a grand universal teleportation formation over 10,000 miles in diameter around Ninetail's. A large number of immortal stones flew out of Wuxi's sleeve and embedded themselves on the formation. Accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, the formation burst into a dazzling light. The 5 black Death Stars trembled at the same time, and a tremendous force came rolling over, shattering the void and teleporting Wuxia and his company away. After an unknown period of time, the eyes of Wuxia and his company lit up slightly, and a hazy, watery light came into their sight. It was a boundless, empty void. In the distance, a bean-sized star was shining brightly, but when the light reached here, it had become extremely dim. In a very distant place, a faint screen of light could be seen. Standing at the spot where Wuxia was standing, the screen of light, which was constantly changing between bright and dark, with countless glowing spots and ribbons moving about ceaselessly, had covered his entire field of vision. From left to right, from top to bottom, all he could see was this white screen of light with no end in sight. Because there was no reference point, the light curtain seemed to be very far away from Wuxia and his company, but it also seemed to be very close at the same time. The confusion in their line of sight made them feel dizzy. If it were not for the fact that Wuxia and his company had extremely strong mental strength and a stable state of mind, they might have really passed out because of this light curtain. Where is this? A.O. Buzin shook his big head, staggered to his feet, and looked around curiously. Wuxia pointed around. In a place very far away from them, following the direction of the 5 elements, there were 5 extremely tiny light spots flashing, and they were right in the middle of these 5 light spots. This is outside the primal chaos that we call the world of chaos, Wuxia said in a deep voice. Quack! A.O. Buzin let out a strange cry and exclaimed, "Outside the primal chaos? Are you kidding me?" Wuxia nodded seriously, narrowed his eyes, and said, "The so-called primal chaos we call is just the ruins left behind by the destruction of the sacred realm. The sacred realm is not vast and boundless, but has its own boundary. Since that is the case, the primal chaos naturally has its boundary, and outside the primal chaos is naturally an even vaster world." Taking a deep breath, Wuxia could not help but be amazed by the white rat's spirit. He let out a long sigh and said, "That guy actually hit a cave of his outside the primal chaos. How lucky he was to find such a strange path. If my cultivation had not improved greatly, I really wouldn't have the guts to bring you guys here." A.O. Buzin and the others were all amazed. They knew about the primal chaos, but they had always thought that the world of chaos was boundless. But now, Wuxia had brought them outside the primal chaos, which was really amazing. "Let's go. There's still a long way to go." Wuxia called out and drove Ninetails into the distance. He said in a deep voice, "I have to admit that some creatures have a natural advantage when it comes to finding a cave to hide in. We are far inferior to them." Ninetail transformed into a stream of light that traversed the void. After trekking arduously in the void for more than 3 months, a fog-like star field appeared in front of them. There were about hundreds of billions of stars of different sizes dotted this nebula in a picturesque manner. Wuxia used a restrictive spell to summon a cloud of mist and shroud them, while Ninetails carefully flew into the starry region. Chapter 1101. Wuxia and the others looked at the planets around them in shock. What a magnificent star area this was. Unlike the well-organized star areas in Pangu World, the star areas in Pangu World were disordered, but they had their own special rules. This was a sea of stars composed of flowing stars. The highly concentrated stardust was the sea water, the planets were the drifting pieces of wood on the sea water, and the stars were the giant ships on the seawater. The stardust flowed quietly. The planets rolled along with the stardust, and the stars dashed among the planets. The stars moved at different speeds in the stardust, but no matter how fast or slow they were, none of them would collide with each other. Wuxia saw with his own eyes that when a planet was about to collide with a star that was over 1,000,000 times larger than itself, an invisible force quietly surged over from the side and pushed the planet into a bright silver stream of stardust. Hundreds of billions of stars floated in the vast stardust, rolling and flowing. Occasionally, some of the stardust would bump against the atmosphere on the surface of the stars, producing muffled, thunderous noises and dazzling, colorful auroras. It was a beautiful star area, and one that was extremely rich in natural resources. The small planet that flew past them on the left, about 3,000 miles in diameter, was entirely red. It was an almost perfect ruby, a ruby with a diameter of 3,000 miles. Princess Xianxia fixed her eyes on the small planet. If she were not afraid of disturbing something that should not be disturbed, Princess Xianxia would have put the huge ruby into her pocket. Immediately after that, a small burning meteor, about 10 miles in diameter, flew past them. Wuqi's eyes began to widen as well. It was a pure, scorching heaven flame dragon crystal, a supreme-grade material for crafting primordial immortal weapons, without any impurities. In Panga World, a human head-sized piece of scorching heaven flame dragon crystal was enough to make tens of primordial immortals and Buddhas fight fiercely for it. But there was such a large piece here, which could be used to craft at least 1,000 primordial immortal weapons. Following Wuqi's direction, the Nine-Tails drifted slowly with the stardust. Wuqi spread out his divine sense like a large net, carefully searching for the mark left by the white rat spirit in the stardust. The stardust here was constantly flowing with hundreds of billions of stars, and the terrain here was constantly changing. If he could not find the mark, Wuqi would not be able to find the cave abode left by the white rat spirit. The stardust in the surroundings was extremely viscous, and some streams of stardust were extremely hot, several times hotter than ordinary heavenly flames. There were even some streams of stardust that were extremely cold. When Wuqi passed by a silvery white stream of stardust, he threw a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact into it, only to find that it was frozen into powder. Whether it was hot or cold, the stardust here contained a great pressure. Without the cultivation base of a primordial immortal, any other living being who stepped into this place would definitely be crushed into meat paper. Soon, half a month had passed. Wuqi did not find the mark left by the white rat spirit, but Princess Xianxia and the others had collected countless good things in this strange starry region. Many of them had never been seen or heard of in Panga World or the Chaotic World, but they all had extremely magical effects. For example, a tiny pink flower that looked like a winter jasmine collected by A.O. Buzin had a shocking, enchanting power. When A.O. Buzin found it, he only sniffed its aroma and fell asleep immediately. He slept for a whole 2 hours before he was woken up by Immortal Jade Bone, who had been searching for him. Wuqi paid no attention to this group of people who seemed to be on a spring outing. Instead, he focused on carefully searching for the mark left by the white rat spirit among the hundreds of billions of stars. A huge planet, tens of thousands of miles in diameter, slowly drifted past him. It was a smooth, round ball, covered with a layer of purple moss that was tens of feet thick. Countless giant mushrooms, tens of thousands of feet tall, grew on the moss, swaying their huge, fat bodies triumphantly as they absorbed the great power brought to them by the stardust. These giant mushrooms possessed extremely strong life force. According to Wuqi's divine sense, the life force of these mushrooms was even comparable to that of a primordial immortal. The roots and stems of these mushrooms were all connected together, which meant that they were actually a giant symbiotic organism. Furthermore, they had already developed a weak intelligence, and it was very likely that in a few years, a powerful mushroom spirit would be born on this planet. Shaking his head slightly, Wuxia was about to withdraw his divine sense from the planet. But all of a sudden, he sensed a strange wave from the root of a giant purple mushroom. Wuxi's heart skipped a beat. That was the mark left by the white rat's spirit. But, according to the records left by the white rat's spirit, this cave abode was located on a beautiful planet. How did it become such a round planet full of mushrooms? Was it all because of these mushrooms? Before Wuxia could figure out what had happened, he saw a bright blue stream of cold stardust wrap up the planet and push it away. Hurriedly, Wuxia controlled the nine tails and chased after the planet. In just a few breaths of time, they came to the sky above the planet, right above the mark left by the white rat's spirit. A.O. Buzen's eyes went wide as he stared down at the giant mushroom, which stood over 300,000 feet tall and covered an area of several hundred miles in circumference. He laughed strangely and said, "Especially, why does this thing look the same as Lao Tzu's treasure?" Lao Tzu, I'll go down first and be the vanguard." Leaping down casually, A.O. Buzen plunged into the planet's purple atmosphere, which was tens of thousands of miles thick. He did not sense any danger on this planet, so he landed straight on the giant mushroom and stamped his foot fiercely. The mushroom was made of some unknown material, but when A.O. Buzen stamped his foot a few times, it produced a loud, muffled noise, but was not damaged at all. A.O. Buzen cried out in surprise. How could this mushroom be so tough? Out of curiosity, he forgot that he was easily knocked down by the string of pink flowers a few days ago. Pulling out the soul-splitting spear, he thrust it into the mushroom. The power of a chaotic spirit artifact was indeed extraordinary. As soon as the spear stabbed into it, the mushroom suddenly twitched violently and let out a shrill scream. As soon as the mushroom scream rang out, dozens of giant mushrooms nearby let out shrill cries at the same time. The cries converged and pierced into everyone's ears like an invisible awl. Tu Xiaobai and Yuan Qing, who had slightly weaker cultivation base, howled miserably and fell onto the nine-tailed shell with their hands over their ears, blood spraying out of their noses. Wuxia was shocked. Hastily, he waved his hand and unleashed 36 talismans that could protect everyone from sound. The fist-sized black talismans wheeled rapidly around them, sending out numerous black, glowing patterns. Invisible sound waves came whistling over, shaking the glowing patterns and causing countless ripples to spread across them. A.O. Buzen, who had made the giant mushroom howl in pain with his hands over his ears, ran back in a panic, foaming at the mouth and covering his ears with both hands. Feeling dizzy, he plopped down on the nine-tailed shell and looked at Wuxia with a dry smile. "What's going on? Why did it scream so miserably when Lao Tzu stabbed it with his spear?" "Ugh, it seems that back when Lao Tzu was spreading his seeds all over the world, many women screamed like that too." Wuxia was too lazy to pay attention to this lascivious dragon who only knew how to stir up trouble. He glanced at the giant mushroom that was shrieking crazily. Its huge mushroom head stretched into a cone-shaped shape, then pointed out his right hand. The blood centipede sword shot out, glowing with a bright blood-red light, and spun fiercely around the mushroom's root. Swish! A loud noise rang out, as the thick and sturdy stem of the mushroom was cut off by Wuxia. A large amount of sticky liquid sprayed out from the broken stem, and the air was suddenly filled with a strange fragrance. The aroma was fresh, and full of life, and everyone could not help but take a deep breath. The faint aroma quickly spread in all directions with the wind. The giant mushrooms in the distance suddenly put away their mushroom umbrellas, let out a series of deep rumbling sounds, and quickly burrowed into the ground. The purple moss squirmed violently, filling up the large holes left by the mushrooms. In the blink of an eye, not a single mushroom could be seen within a radius of 10,000 miles. All the mushrooms had burrowed into the ground. The crowd looked around vigilantly. The power of the dozens of giant mushrooms that had screamed at the same time was almost as powerful as some evil supreme treasures of primal that specialized in seducing souls. Just by looking at A.O. Buzin's confused look, one could imagine how terrifying the screams were. After looking around for a while, except for the mushroom that Wuxia had cut off, there were no other abnormalities. Only then did Wuxia order Nine Tails to descend and come to the side of the chopped root of the giant mushroom. With a swipe of his finger, the purple moss in the surroundings retreated like a receding tide, revealing the black, fertile soil below. Wuxia exercised a divine ability that could move mountains, then cried out, "Rise!" A loud rumble was heard coming from under the ground, and a white jade archway, about 1,000 feet tall, gradually rose from the ground. The white jade archway was crystal clear, emitting a faint light that shone in all directions. As soon as it emerged from the ground, a strong spiritual aura rushed over. This was an extremely rare archway carved from the spirit-gathering chalcedony, which could gather the spiritual aura of heaven and earth and improve the spiritual power of the earth veins. However, the earth veins on this planet were not rich in spiritual energy. Obviously, the spiritual energy absorbed by the archway was absorbed by these giant mushrooms. Following the instructions of the white rat, Wuxia made 36,000 hand seals and cast them on the archway. Suddenly, the white jade archway burst out a dazzling white light, spinning rapidly in the archway and gradually turning into a whirlpool of light with a diameter of several feet. Wuxia called out to the others, then slowly walked into the whirlpool of light, holding Princess Zhonglu and Xia's little hands. The others carefully released their own magical treasures to protect themselves, then walked into the whirlpool of light. A.O. Buzin rolled his eyes a few times. Then he used a divine power to put away the hundreds of thousands of feet long mushroom that had fallen to the ground. Only then did he proudly stride into the whirlpool of light. When everyone had entered the whirlpool of light, the light emitted by the archway gradually faded, and the huge archway slowly sank back into ground. Suddenly, the scene before their eyes lit up as they found themselves standing before a huge cave abode. Chapter 11:02. Wonderful. When Wuxia set out with Princess Zhonglu and the others to look for the secret abode left behind by the white rat demon, Reverend Xianxia, who was in Chang'an, the new capital of Great Wu, could not help but clap his hands in admiration. As long as he could find the cave abode, he would be able to open up an interstitial world in it to accommodate all the men around him. With that, Wuxia would be able to attack and defend at will, and he would have no more worries. I don't believe you can find it outside the chaos space. Reverend Xianxia bit his upper lip, chuckling with a strand of soft beard dangling down from his upper lip. Several beams of light flashed in the great hall, and then an old Taoist clad in a purple-gold 8 trigrams robe and holding a horsetail whisk with a golden lotus flower pattern appeared out of thin air with a few immortals. Reverend Xianxia had laid out a few small restrictive spells near the great hall, but the old Taoist walked in without alerting any of them. Reverend Xianxia was taken aback. He carefully studied the old Taoist for a while, then hurriedly rose to his feet, cupped his fist, and said, "Greetings, great Taoist Bayan. May I ask what your orders are?" Esteemed Xianxia lowered his posture, appearing extremely respectful and courteous. He did not even look at Bai Mian directly. Instead, he lowered his gaze by a few inches, showing that he did not dare to sit on the same level as Bai Mian. Bayan, the eldest disciple of purple-browed Daozu, nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied that Reverend Xianxia was so well-behaved and polite. Not to mention that he had been conferred the title of Celestial Emperor, he was nothing in front of Reverend Xianxia. As the eldest disciple of purple-browed Daozu, he was the founding eldest brother of Dao League. Therefore, Reverend Xianxia should be so polite. Waving his horsetail whisk, Bayan said indifferently, "Follow me. Daozu has something important to tell you." Without saying a word, exalted Xianxia followed behind by Mian, who brought him and 8 other immortals to Liu Bang's bedchamber. Along the way, he gave some instructions in a low voice. Hermit Xianxia squinted his eyes with a faint smile on his face, but the smile at the corner of his eyes and the tip of his eyebrows became more and more intense. It seems that Liu Bang can't be the fisherman behind the scenes, even if he wants to. Wuxi's nonsense has played a big role. In Liu Bang's bedchamber, Liu Bang, who was drenched in sweat, was angrily punching a bronze incense tripod into pieces. A group of palace maids and eunuchs were cowering and kneeling near the palace gate, fearing that they would become the target of Liu Bang's anger and be punched to death by him. Liu Bang's face had turned into an abnormal purple-blue color. He breathed heavily, feeling that his foundation of Tao was loosening and his power was slowly fading away. Huan Yin was knocked flying away by Pangu's finger attack, and the remaining force of the finger attack had followed the karmic connection between Huan Yin and Liu Bang and hit Liu Bang, nearly destroying all his cultivation base. Fortunately, Liu Bang had a life-saving spirit pill given to him by Daozu, which saved him from losing his cultivation base. But Huan Yin was missing, and Liu Bang hadn't received any news about him. This had greatly shocked Liu Bang, who had regarded Huan Yin as his backer. Without Huan Yin, Liu Bang didn't even know how to face his other 8 clones, let alone sit firmly on the throne of the human emperor. He had already come up with a plan to use the Pearl of Soul to do something. So what were the other 8 clones, whose cultivation base was 100 times stronger than his, and whose temperament was as unpredictable as his? At the thought of this fear, Liu Bang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The sticky sweat made his thin silk shirt stick tightly to his skin, making Liu Bang shiver from head to toe. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Those who are not of the same race will certainly have a different heart. You damned bastard. I've treated you so respectfully as my Shifu all these years. Are you dead or alive? That's a brilliant statement. Those who are not of the same race will certainly have a different heart. What a wonderful statement. A mocking laughter rang out suddenly, and all the palace maids and eunuchs who were kneeling in front of the bedchamber fainted at the same time. Master Lao AI walked slowly into the bedchamber. He didn't even look at Liu Bang, who was staring blankly and had his mouth agape. Instead, he began to look around at the luxurious furnishings in the bedchamber. Liu Bang was so frightened that he stopped breaking out in a cold sweat. His muscles were stiff like a stone statue, and his mind was completely blank. He had no idea what to say. After looking around for a while, Master Lao AI walked to the armchair that belonged to Liu Bang and sat down carelessly. With a gentle wave of his horsetail whisk, a stream of clear air flowed in all directions and instantly sealed the entire bedchamber. Streams of clear air formed a clear pattern of Tai Chi and 8 trigrams on the ceiling and floor of the bedchamber. On each of the 4 fish eyes of the 2 patterns, there was a blue spirit talisman suppressing them. The 2 Tai Chi diagrams, one on the top and one on the bottom, combined and sealed the bedchamber so that no one could escape. Liu Bang's face turned pale abruptly, and he dropped to his knees before Master Lao AI. Liu Bang, you are the chosen human emperor appointed by Daozu. After you unify the human race, you can totally reach the realm of Tao, fusing with the help of the immeasurable virtues. How could you allow yourself to fall into depravity? How could you collude with the heavenly fiend and take him as your master? You're courting death. Master Taoist by Anne's words, which struck Liu Bang like a bolt of lightning. His body trembling like a sieve, Liu Bang suddenly cried out in a hoarse voice, "Sec Master, please tell Daozu that I was just seduced by the heavenly fiend." Master Lao AI snorted coldly. Staring deeply at Liu Bang, he sneered and said, "Shut up. How can you hide the cause and effect from Daozu? Listen carefully. After you ascend to the throne of the human emperor, you can use the immeasurable virtues to fuse your fleshly body with the Tao and obtain the supreme fruit of immortality. But you actually colluded with the heavenly fiend. Hee, you have to make a trip to the list of deification." Liu Bang's face fell. Just as he was about to cry out his grievance, he heard Master Lao AI continue, "But Daozu is a kind man. For the sake of your conscientious and careful work in the past, he will give you a way out. Do 2 things well. First, If Huan Yin comes back to you, inform Reverend Shouzhua about it. From now on, Reverend Shouzhua will be Great Wu's Grand Celestial Master, and his power is equal to yours." Reverend Shouzhua chuckled, stroking his long beard without saying a word. There was an indescribable complacency on his face. Liu Bang's face turned extremely unsightly, but in the face of Master Lao AI's threat, Liu Bang dared not say a word, lest he attract Daozu's punishment. Master Lao AI gave Liu Bang a sideways glance, then flicked his hand and sent a talisman into Liu Bang's forehead. "This is the soul-controlling talisman crafted by Daozu himself," he said coolly. "You should know its function. If you do anything wrong, not only will you lose the throne of the human emperor, you will lose your life as well." Laughing coldly, Master Lao AI slowly rose to his feet and handed a scroll to Liu Bang. "Second, according to Daozu's order, assemble the armies of the Demon Realm, the Spirit Realm, and the Fiend Realm who have submitted to the Dao League in half a month, and tell them to attack the few important towns of New Wu separately. Just send them out to attack, and send Great Wu's army to supervise the battle." Liu Bang blinked at Master Lao AI, then nodded thoughtfully and took the scroll respectfully. In front of Master Lao AI, Liu Bang unfurled the scroll and glanced solemnly at Daozu's order. He could not help but tremble as he looked at Master Lao AI in horror. "Your Majesty," Reverend Shouzhua said gloomily, "you have colluded with the fiends and plotted against us. This is a chance that Daozu has given you to atone for your crimes. Don't make any mistakes. Your Majesty, you need to know that it's actually not that hard to find a candidate for the human emperor. If it doesn't work, I'll secretly seduce a few members of the Yu's imperial clan. I think after the abdication ceremony, they can still inherit your Majesty's aura of the human emperor." Master Lao AI was condescendingly setting the rules and regulations for Liu Bang's future actions with the pressure of Mount Tai, while Reverend Shouzhua was blatantly threatening Liu Bang with a chilly wind and evil aura. Liu Bang could hardly breathe under the pressure of the two men. He could only keep nodding and saying yes, not daring to disobey. Great Taoist Bind snorted coldly. He gave the 8 Tao reasoning immortals behind him a look and said coolly, "Fellow Taoist Shouzhua, these 8 are Lao AI's disciples, and they do have some decent divine abilities. From today onwards, I'll let them follow you and broaden their horizons. If you need them, just give the order. They have an 8 trigrams spirit-locking sword formation, which can kill even Tao-breaking immortals." The 8 immortals cupped their fists and bowed to Reverend Shouzhua, who returned the gesture with a smile. Liu Bang's face turned ashen with rage. It was obvious that these 8 immortals were here to deal with Liu Bang. Reverend Shouzhua himself was a peak-level Tao-breaking expert, and he had many disciples around him, as well as countless idle immortals. How could he possibly be short of 8 people? But Liu Bang dared not say a word. He bowed respectfully and stood aside. After listening to Master Lao AI's scolding, he obediently saw them off from his bedchamber. It was not until Master Taoist Swan and his companions were far away that he slowly straightened his back. All the pores on his body were open, and cold sweat was pouring down his body. In just a blink of an eye, his clothes were soaked. Clenching the decree of Daozu tightly in his hand, Liu Bang murmured to himself, "How cruel! They're trying to catch all the people of the 3 realms in one fell swoop. With so many people sent to the list of investiture of the gods at the same time, if they knew that they were just cannon fodder sent to their deaths on purpose, would they still be willing to obey the orders of the Tao League?" After laughing coldly, a cold, evil laugh suddenly came from behind Liu Bang. "It looks like you're in a bad situation. My disciple, have you made up your mind yet, Liu Bang? Help me destroy this world, and I'll let you live freely. As long as you're not stupid enough to create a world in this chaos and breed living beings, I won't meddle in your business. What do you think?" Liu Bang's expression flickered slightly. Suddenly, he put on a smile and turned around. Bowing respectfully, Liu Bang smiled and said, "Are you well, Master?" I'm overjoyed that you're safe and sound. A twisted shadow appeared before Liu Bang. It wiggled and suddenly transformed into the shape of one of the 8 immortals Master Lao AI had given to Reverend Shoujua. Find a chance and let me devour him. Only then can I help you better. Chapter 1103. In the southern region of Diyu, 100,000 miles away from Chong, and the capital of Great Wu, in a deep valley near the border between Great Wu and New Wu, a ghostly aura towered into the sky. Thick, black, evil clouds and chilly winds billowed out of a large black swamp in the valley, while countless skeletons glinted with phosphorescence swayed in the air, while hordes of heavenly ghosts hopped and frolicked like fleas. All kinds of heavenly ghosts of different colors were gathered in the valley. The narrow valley, tens of thousands of miles long and less than 100 miles wide, was covered by a huge restrictive barrier, and some almighty experts had cast a wonderful interstitial void spell on it, expanding the space so much that it could accommodate all the heavenly ghosts in the ghost realm for a short time. Every day, eminent monks of the Buddhist League sneaked into the valley and brought large amounts of blood and food to the heavenly ghosts here. Every day, these greedy heavenly ghosts had to devour the flesh and blood equivalent to their own weight. They had not been living on Panga continent for long, but they had already eaten all the birds and beasts in the nearby area, which was equivalent to 10 provinces in Diyu. If it had not been for Gui Tunlo, the ancestor of heavenly ghosts, who could not control their appetite and greed, these heavenly ghosts would have rushed out of the valley and wreaked havoc everywhere. Deep in the valley, in a hideous cave decorated with countless skulls, Gui Tunluo sat casually on a chair made of dragon bones. On his left and right were a female immortal from the Tao League and an Apsaras from the Buddhist League, serving him obediently. The Apsaras from the Buddhist League was a personal maid given to Gui Tunluo by a certain revered one, and she was proficient in all kinds of delightful Zen techniques. The female immortal from the Tao League, on the other hand, was a trophy that Gui Tunluo had personally captured a few days ago. Judging from her waning appearance, it was clear that the peak-level gold immortal had been possessed by Gui Tunluo, and he had harvested too much of her energy essence and Yin energy. Perhaps she only had a few years left to live. The wine bowl made of the skulls of gold immortals was filled with a sticky, pale golden liquid. It was the finest wine brewed with the blood of immortals. Sitting in the chair, Gui Tunluo took big mouthfuls of the fragrant and delicious wine while staring at the huge monk sitting next to him with a pair of ghastly eyes. Sitting cross-legged on a pale golden lotus throne, Rui, who was known as the fastest man in the Buddhist League, looked at Gui Tunluo and said, "That's about it." Gardenia City was the key place for Great Wu to train new soldiers. Now every day, millions of new soldiers left the city and joined the army. As long as Senior can raise Gardenia City to the ground, Buddha promises to give the entire western territory of Panga continent to the clan of heavenly ghosts. Gui Tunluo smacked his lips and sneered. "Thank you for your kindness, Buddha. Those bastards will be very happy." The Buddha nodded with a smile, then looked at Gui Tunluo expectantly. Gui Tunluo, however, did not say another word. He just squinted at the wine glass and rubbed the girl's breast with the other hand. He was very busy, but Gui Tunluo did not say another word. He just squinted at the wine cup and rubbed the girl's breast with the other hand. With a mysterious smile on his face, he clapped his hand, and 6 supreme treasures of primal appeared out of thin air in front of Gui Tunluo, each emanating a towering evil and ghostly aura. These 6 supreme treasures are all famous among the chaos fiend gods in the past, he said triumphantly. Gui Tunluo could not wait to grab the 6 treasures and began to play with them happily. "Cut the crap," he said with a smug smile. "I know what these treasures are. Ha, this is the weeping ghost bell. I was almost killed by this treasure years ago." So, the weeping ghost lord was killed by the Buddhist League? Rui smiled brightly and said softly, It is the duty of the Buddhist League to vanquish demons and devils. Gue Tunluo sneered. He swallowed the 6 treasures, then looked at Rui Wu of Yu Tunluo and shouted, "Don't tell me that the Buddhist League is going to burn the bridge after crossing it and subdue me and my group of ghosts as demons?" Rui Wu of Yu Tunluo hurriedly pointed to the sky and swore, "Why do you say that, Senior? The heavenly ghosts have now joined the Buddhist League, and they are our guardians. As you know, the Buddhist Celestial 8 Divisions' division of dragons was abducted by Ao Buzin. Now, one of the divisions is missing, and Buddha intends to let the heavenly ghosts fill the gap." Swallowing, Rui Wu of Yu Tunluo said with a smile, "When the time comes, the heavenly ghosts will occupy 1/5 of Panga Continent's territory, and they will be one of the Buddhist Celestial 8 divisions. The netherworld will need their help, and Buddha intends to choose a few of the strongest among all the ghost kings and ghost saints to be the nether ghost emperors. This is a great opportunity for the heavenly ghosts." Gue Tunluo nodded with satisfaction. Smiling, he pulled the goddess into his arms and licked her face with his long tongue. Gue Tunluo knew that he was not a greedy man, and the promises made by the Buddhist League were already very impressive. The position of one of the Buddhist Celestial 8 divisions was very important, and the territory on the western frontier of Panga Continent was very rich. Coupled with the share of real power that the heavenly ghosts could hold in the netherworld, Gue Tunluo's future position in the Buddhist League would certainly be extraordinary. Perhaps he would not be as powerful as those who had followed the Buddhist League for so many years, but at least he would be on an equal footing with the Lord Buddha. At that time, wouldn't there be as many heavenly ladies of the Buddhist sects who were so flirtatious to the bone? And the blood essence of the Buddhist cultivators that tasted particularly delicious. As a high-ranking member of the Buddhist League, it was not a big deal for him to eat a few bald donkeys every day, was it? Satisfied, Gue Tunluo smiled and cupped his fist at Rui Wu of Yu Tunluo. "Very well. Buddha, please follow this old man and watch how this old man's children slaughter Gardenia City." Rui Wu of Yu Tunluo smiled brightly. "Senior, please take good care of your children and grandchildren," he said hurriedly, waving his hand. "Apart from Gardenia City, please don't accidentally attack other places. I don't care if it's just some food, but as for the rest, please take good care of them." Gue Tunluo rose to his feet and nodded with a fake smile. "Don't worry, I'll only attack Gardenia City. I won't touch any other places in Great Wu." "Well, don't worry, my children will listen to me for such a trivial matter." A quarter of an hour later, a monstrous cloud of ghosts rose from the valley, with Gue Tunluo leading the charge with the banner of 10,000 ghosts in his hand. Many ghost saints, ghost kings, and countless ghost generals raised a boundless demon cloud and flew toward Great Wu, with countless heavenly ghosts leaping and squeaking in the sky. Wherever they passed, all living beings in the mountains, whether they were birds, beasts, insects, fish, turtles, or even some unlucky mortals in the villages, were swept up into the air by the ghostly aura and devoured by the heavenly ghosts in just a few bites. In just 100,000 miles of journey, hundreds of Great Wu and New Wu cities, as well as tens of thousands of villages and towns, were eaten clean. Not to mention that no one was spared. Even the caterpillars in the pine forest were eaten, and not even the eggs in the bird nests were left. Having lived in the ghost realm for countless years without seeing the light of day, these heavenly ghosts could not even dream of eating fresh meat. Now that they had come to Panga Continent, which was rich in flesh and blood, how could they not eat to their heart's content? A few days ago, they were ordered to stay in the valley and not to go out, so there was no way they could have a feast. But now that Gue Tunluo had led them to Great Wu, how could they not seize the opportunity to wreak havoc? The rolling dark cloud went straight toward Great Wu with ghostly howls. Gue Tunluo stood on top of the cloud and glanced around, his eyes gleaming with ghostly fire, shooting out beams of green light that were hundreds of feet long and sweeping in all directions. He saw hundreds of New Wu's armies marching toward the border between the two kingdoms, and more than 100 military towns of Great Wu had been surrounded by them. Arrows rained down from the sky, and countless thunderbolts and sparks flew all over the ground. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Nearly 100 million miles to the north of the Heavenly Ghost Army, several revered Buddhas of the Buddhist League were in a stalemate with several Tao League masters. Both sides unleashed their magic treasures, and all kinds of powerful immortal spells and Buddhist spells cracked the void. That part of the void was like a pot of porridge. From time to time, immortals and Buddhist cultivators fell from the sky, and golden immortal blood splattered all over the sky. Gue Tunluo could not help but feel excited. From the looks of it, the Buddhist League and the Tao League had really begun an all-out war. No wonder the Buddhist League had mobilized the Heavenly Ghosts to launch a surprise attack on Gardenia City. The Heavenly Ghosts were lurking not far from Great Wu, and they were a true elite force. Once they charged out, the little Gardenia City would be nothing to them. No matter how many immortals there were in the Tao League, Gue Tunluo alone could wipe them out. With a flick of the myriad ghost banner, 108 natal fiend gods rushed out of it. Gue Tunluo threw his head back and roared excitedly. He had returned to his true form as the ancestor of heavenly ghosts. Each of his claws was 1,000 miles wide, and his head was 500 miles tall. His enormous body was shrouded in chilly winds, evil clouds, and glistening ghostly flames, exuding a pungent stench that could wipe out all living things within 1,000,000 miles. Seeing that Gue Tunluo had returned to his true form, the ghost saints and ghost kings of the heavenly ghosts also did the same. The bodies of these ghost saints and ghost kings were easily tens of thousands of feet tall, and with every move they made, green ghostly flames shot out in all directions, burning mountains to ashes and rivers to the ground. No one knew how many living things had been killed by their poison. With a smile on his face, Rui Guang flew closely behind Gue Tunluo with a dozen of his disciples, bringing the overwhelming number of heavenly ghosts to the sky above Gardenia City. Gardenia City, where Great Wu trained its new recruits, was a lonely city located in a huge basin. It was millions of miles in circumference, surrounded by huge mountains that stood tens of thousands of miles high, and in the center of the basin stood 100 miles long and wide. Apart from the city, there were only a few sparse farming villages in the huge basin. Gue Tunluo roared, and countless heavenly ghosts swarmed down, piercing through the void and breaking into Gardenia City. A furious shout rang out as 12 Tao reasoning realm immortals, shrouded in auspicious clouds, charged out of Gardenia City with hundreds of gold immortals and countless heaven immortal sects, looking as if they were facing death with equanimity. On the ground of the basin surrounding Ji City, countless gigantic talismans rose up, spurting out golden light and auspicious clouds that completely covered the entire basin. Chapter 1104. Gue Tunluo looked disdainfully at the 12 Tao reasoning primordial immortals. These people were placed here by the Tao League to speed up the training of Great Wu's new recruits. Their cultivation bases were not very strong, and even their primordial weapons had just been forged. Obviously, they had not fused with his Yuan Ling yet. Gue Tunluo was confident that he could kill 100 of these rookie primordial immortals by himself. With a strange laugh, Gue Tunluo ignored the giant talismans that kept emerging from the plain outside Ji City. With a wave of the myriad ghost banner, the 108 natal fiend gods leaped toward the 12 primordial immortals at the same time. Then, he turned to the ghost saints and ghost kings behind him and sneered, "Tell the boys to do whatever they want. Don't hold back, don't hold back." A dark cloud rolled out and pulled the 12 Tao reasoning immortals into it. Triumphantly, Gue Tunluo plunged into the dark cloud and began to enjoy the pleasure of killing and devouring the 12 primordial immortals. Among the 12 primordial immortals, there was even a good-looking female immortal. Gue Tunluo felt that he could have something with her, and if she was sensible enough to flatter him, perhaps sparing her life would be a good choice. Thanks to the godhood plan of the Buddhist League and the Tao League. The heavenly ghosts would not have had the chance to come to Panga continent, where the ground was full of delicious prey. Gui Tunluo threw his head back and laughed wildly as he came excitedly to his first target. It was an old immortal with an immortal sword who was being attacked by a dozen natal fiend gods in the banner. On the highest watchtower in G City, Gigu Z and MOD sat opposite each other. On the short square table in front of them was a chessboard on which black and white chess pieces were scattered. They were drinking tea and chatting with each other, looking very carefree. Hearing the shrill ghost howls coming from outside, MOD landed lightly on the chessboard with a black chess piece in his hand and said with a faint smile, "You go first, fellow Taoist. It's a pity that these ignorant, vile creatures have sacrificed themselves for others." Gigu Z took a sip of tea from his teacup and said softly, "Who cares? Those high and mighty people are fighting for the power of the entire world. No matter how many schemes they have, we are only pursuing our own Tao. They are thieves, and we are thieves. They intend to conquer the world, and we just want to hold on to what we can." While chuckling, Gui Guzi casually grabbed the 12 jade-white tortoise shells beside him and casually threw them out of the watchtower's window. 12 palm-sized turtle shells were thrown out of the window and immediately released a bright light. The white light illuminated the entire basin, which was millions of miles in radius. Countless sesame-sized talismans surged out from these 12 inconspicuous turtle shells. Strong gusts of wind roared out from the turtle shells, raising sand and dust into a 10,000 miles tall sandstorm, spreading out in all directions. If one's eyesight was good enough, he or she would be able to see that the tiny grains of sand were rapidly changing directions in the strong wind, forming countless runes that were exactly the same as the ones on the tortoise shell and branded in the sandstorm. Wherever the grayish-yellow sandstorm swept across, huge talismans would rise from the ground of the basin. The appearance of the earth began to change. Tiny ridges rose from the flat plain, and within a blink of an eye, thousands of huge mountain ranges rose from the ground, roaring into the sky. 9,999 huge mountain ranges abruptly emerged from the plain like giant dragons. These mountain ranges were meandering, and with Gardenia City as the core, they formed a magical scene of 10,000 dragons fighting for a pearl. Together with those dazzling giant talismans that rose from the ground, these mountain ranges looked like living dragons, and those oddly shaped talismans were like scales attached to their bodies, constantly changing their colors. The underground energy meridians were also changing rapidly along with the changes of the mountain ranges. An astonishing amount of natural energy surged into these mountain ranges. Over and over again, the enormous and pure natural energy cleansed these mountain ranges, which easily stretched for tens of thousands of miles, melting all the sand and soil in the mountains, gradually turning them into something as pure as gold and jade, without any impurities. In just a quarter of an hour, 9,999 lifelike, crystal-clear dragons with distinct scales and claws prostrated themselves on the ground. Their heads were facing Gardenia City, and their tails were pointing in all directions. An enormous amount of natural energy was hovering and gathering around them, with watery light and misty clouds swirling around their mouths. High up in the sky, thunder rumbled and lightning bolts intertwined. A tremendous thunderstorm suddenly descended, blanketing the entire basin in a flash. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rumbling of thunder, countless semi-transparent spirit immortals from the spirit world darted out of Gardenia City, transforming into countless sharp arrows that swept across the sky. These spirit immortals had no fixed fleshly body or shape. They were pure amalgamations of energy and spiritual force, and could transform into all kinds of weapons at will to attack their enemies. Therefore, spirit immortals were the best artifact spirits for powerful immortals and Buddhist cultivators to refine their natal immortal weapons and Buddhist treasures. However, the spirit realm had always been closed off, and the Spirit Empress had a shady relationship with a few great sect masters of the Tao League. Therefore, apart from the occasional disappearance of spirit immortals who left the spirit realm to wander about, not many people were bold enough to invade the spirit realm to capture suitable artifact spirits. Now, countless spirit immortals had rushed out of Gardenia City. They had gathered all their power and compressed it into 1-foot-long arrows of light that swept across the sky. The heavenly ghosts shuttling out of the void and pouncing toward Gardenia City were caught unprepared and were pierced by countless arrows of light, killing them one by one. The surprise attack of these spirit immortals was beyond everyone's expectations, and countless heavenly ghosts were pierced through in this wave of attack. The huge bodies of heavenly ghosts were torn to pieces by the arrows of light, and blood and minced meat mixed with the thunderstorm came whistling down. With Gardenia City as the center, a huge rain of blood fell within a radius of 10,000 miles. In just a few breaths of time, the blood and minced meat had piled up on the ground, forming a layer that was over 1,000 feet thick. Watching such a horrible scene, the ghost saints and ghost kings, who were commanding the heavenly ghosts to attack Gardenia City up in the sky, howled in pain. Immediately, several ghost kings swayed their huge bodies and flew down. They opened their huge mouths and swallowed at least tens of thousands of arrows of light. As soon as the filthy and evil ghost aura swirled around the arrows of light, the spirit immortals who had transformed into arrows of light were instantly wiped out, and all their energy essence was instantly digested by the ghost kings. Surrounded by thousands of formidable spirit immortals, an indescribably beautiful woman flew up from Gardenia City. She looked proudly at the ghost clouds tumbling in the void and snapped, "Gui Tunluo, I, the Bai Ling Empress, am here. Do you dare to fight me?" Gui Tunluo, who was fighting with 12 primordial immortals, saw the bizarre changes in the basin. He was trying to figure out the function of the dragons condensed from 9,999 mountains when countless spirit immortals suddenly rushed out and killed countless of his children. Gui Tunluo was so furious that he immediately left the 12 primordial immortals who had been beaten to the point of no resistance, turned around, and charged toward the Bai Ling Empress. "Bai Ling, you bitch! How dare you bully me? If I catch you alive, I'll fuck you to death." Green ghost fire spewed out of Gui Tunluo's eyes, stretching tens of thousands of feet long. Along the way, the heavenly ghosts who were swept by the ghost fire became energetic as if they had taken a powerful pill, but the spirit immortals who were swept by the ghost fire exploded into a rain of light, which was then snatched and devoured by the heavenly ghosts. When the Bai Ling Empress heard Gui Tunluo's vulgar words, she was so angry that the colors on her face changed rapidly. Purple, green, red, white, and blue flames flickered rapidly. Since ancient times, the ghost realm and the spirit realm had been natural enemies. Heavenly ghosts had extremely strong fleshly bodies, and spirit immortals had extremely strong Yuan Ling. Heavenly ghosts always liked to hunt spirit immortals and devour their energy essence and Yuan Ling. And if spirit immortals had the chance to occupy a heavenly ghost body, they would not hesitate to possess it. Since ancient times, countless people on both sides had died tragically at the hands of each other, and there had long been a deep hatred between them. Gui Tunluo and the Bai Ling Empress also had a deep grudge. In order to craft the myriad ghost banner, he had once invaded the spirit realm and hunted countless spirit immortals as raw materials. The Bai Ling Empress, on the other hand, had also broken into the ghost realm, killed countless heavenly ghosts, and extracted their blood essence to craft evil treasures. The two of them had fought several times. Although Gui Tunluo had the upper hand in terms of cultivation base, the Bai Ling Empress was protected by spirit treasures and talismans given to her by some great sect masters of the Tao League. Although he could defeat her, he could not do anything to her. On the contrary, she had severely wounded him twice with the help of supreme treasures of the Tao League, which she had obtained from somewhere. It made Gui Tunluo's teeth itch whenever he thought of her. Although the two of them had worked together for a short time during the invasion of the fiend gods, their relationship was definitely that of mortal enemies. Especially now, one of them had submitted to the Tao League, while the other had submitted to the Buddhist League. They were mortal enemies. Gue Tunuo let out a shrill howl as he waved the myriad ghost banner rapidly. Thousands of plumes of black smoke rushed out of the banner with a pungent stench, each wrapped in a ferocious giant fiend god who was swooping down toward the spirit immortals led by the Bai Ling Empress. Gue Tunuo, on the other hand, threw a palm at the Bai Ling Empress, which not only enveloped her, but also the entire Gardenia city. Gue Tunuo was going to completely wipe out the city with his celestial fiend technique and complete the task given to him by the Buddhist League. Sitting in the highest watchtower in the city, Gue Guzi placed the chess piece in his hand heavily on the chessboard and cried out softly, "Myriad dragons protect the path. Heavenly star armor, rise." Following Gue Guzi's shout, the giant dragon formed from 99,999 mountain ranges soared into the sky at the same time. When the giant dragon soared into the sky, the entire sky darkened. They waved their claws and swung their tails, turning countless heavenly ghosts into minced blood and flesh. Then, 9 giant dragons, the largest of which was more than 30,000 miles long, opened their mouths and slammed into Gue Tunuo. A deafening rumble shook the ground and tore open countless huge gashes, with black smoke billowing out of them. Gue Tunuo's vision darkened as the 9 dragons slammed into him with a tremendous amount of natural energy, knocking him tens of thousands of miles into the sky and nearly knocking him unconscious. "What the hell is this?" Gue Tunuo growled angrily. More than 90,000 giant dragons threw their heads back and roared at the same time. As the deafening roar entered everyone's ears, a strange rhythm actually formed a command incantation of the Tao League to subdue demons and ghosts. The chorus turned into giant runes visible to the naked eye and fell from the sky. Each rune was 100 miles wide, and each of them was surrounded by a blinding golden flame, blowing thousands or even tens of thousands of heavenly ghosts into meat pies and burning them to ashes. The sky was filled with the cries of heavenly ghosts. Gue Guzi's all-out attack immediately suppressed the army of heavenly ghosts. Chapter 1105. Gue Tunuo and the Bai Ling Empress led the armies of the Ghost Realm and the Spirit Realm to fight outside Ji City. Guzi summoned more than 90,000 flashing dragons to help him, and the army of heavenly ghosts was beaten to a pulp. But the army was fierce and brutal. They ignored the sacrifice of their own people and launched a desperate charge at the spirit immortals of the spirit realm. Fleshly bodies exploded, spirit bodies shattered, and the flesh and spirit of both sides collided wildly, filling the sky with a rain of light. At the same time, the leader of the fiend realm, Taisher Demon, and the leader of the demon realm, Huang Huang, also set out with their armies. Both the fiend realm and the demon realm had surrendered to the Tao League before the war. At this moment, under the command of Liu Bang, under the personal planning of Reverend Shoujua, and with the help of hundreds of Tao reasoning realm immortals from the Tao League, the armies of the two realms were divided into 2 mighty waves. Like 2 powerful fists, they attacked the territory of New Wu from both sides. The order that Liu Bang had given them was, kill all the living beings in New Wu, wipe out all the cities, kill all the hairless creatures, crush their bones, and kill them in the cruelest way possible. The order was welcomed by Taisher Demon and Huang Huang. They liked it very much. Kill those bald donkeys of the Buddhist League in the cruelest way possible. That was wonderful. The Buddhist League was the great enemy of the fiend realm and the demon realm. Their favorite catchphrase was, "Dear benefactors, I'm a monk from a certain temple, and today I'm here to vanquish demons and restore peace." This slogan included the entire demon realm and monster realm. So the Taisher Demon and the Desolate Emperor had a strange interest in the monk's flesh and blood. They once publicly declared, "All the delicacies in the world are far inferior to a mouthful of monks' flesh and blood." The two sides were sworn enemies, which was also one of the reasons why the Fiend Realm and the Demon Realm did not hesitate to side with the Tao League. At least, the cultivation techniques practiced by the fiends and demons were passed down from the Tao League, which was the complete opposite of the magnificent cultivation techniques of the Buddhist League. Both sides were born to be mortal enemies, and there was no turning back. With the help of hundreds of primordial immortals and their disciples, the two armies destroyed hundreds of New Wu's military towns as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and were almost at the city wall of New Wu's imperial capital. This satisfied Taisher Demon and Huang, for it proved that the Tao League did not use them as cannon fodder, but was sincerely cooperating with them. Hundreds of primordial immortals were helping them, and the entire Tao League only had a little more than 1,000 primordial immortals, which meant they had brought out half of their strength. Although they lacked a few sect master-level figures who could decide the outcome of the battle, Taisher Demon and the Desolate Emperor were both Tao-shattering realm beings, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Without the intervention of a Taoist of the Tao-breaking realm, they were more free to kill as they pleased. They were the ones with the highest cultivation bases among all the participants, so their words were the most important. No one had the right or the strength to refute them. Clad in a black myriad fire-worshipping robe, Taisher Demon sat on a palanquin carried by 108 crimson blood devils, proudly holding a handsome young monk in his arms. Taisher Demon, who had controlled his Dharma body to be only 30 feet tall, held the monk in his arms and licked his bald head with his long tongue. Taisher, who had shrunk his body to 30 feet tall, proudly held the monk in his arms and licked his bald forehead with his long tongue. Sigh, such a fresh and juicy bald donkey. He's really the best among donkeys. The Taisher Demon Fiend heaved a long sigh and said, "My children, don't be in a hurry to kill bald donkeys. Pick some fresh and juicy ones and make some snacks for me." The monk struggled desperately in Taisher Demon Emperor's arms, but he was no match for Taisher Demon Emperor. There were many fiend immortals in the fiend realm who cultivated their fleshly bodies, and Taisher Demon Emperor was one of them who cultivated both body and magic. His muscles and bones were so strong that ordinary flying swords and magical treasures could not hurt him at all. To him, the monk struggling was no different from a mayfly trying to shake an iron tree. "Ah, what a considerate little bald donkey. You know I'm hungry, so you can't wait to fill my belly, can you?" Taisher Demon Emperor licked the monk's chest and said proudly, "For the sake of your good skin and flesh, I'll spare you the reincarnation of Yuanling. When you meet your parents in the netherworld, you must praise them well. Tell them that Taisher Demon, the Lord of Fiends in the Fiend Realm, said that they had a good son, a clean and juicy monk, worthy of praise." Crack! After praising the little monk, Tai Original Demon bit off his head without hesitation. Like a mortal eating a spicy rabbit's head, Taisher Demon carefully gnawed off the monk's head, leaving only a clean golden skull in a large basket next to his throne. In this basket, which was made from human tendons, were over 300 fresh and juicy skulls of monks and nuns. Taisher Demon Emperor was planning to gather 108,000 fresh and juicy skulls of Buddhist cultivators and make them into a large bowl that could stimulate his appetite. Blood gushed out of the headless monk's body, and Taisher Demon Emperor let the blood splash all over his body. His skin was wriggling strangely like a slithering snakeskin. The golden blood that sprayed on his body was absorbed by his skin, and his skin became smoother and smoother, with a layer of light that resembled a beetle's. Laughing evilly, Taisher Demon Emperor shook his head and ate the monk's body piece by piece. He ate very carefully and attentively. Every bone was spat out, and the muscles on it were gnawed clean. However, every bone was neatly piled up in front of him. Those skulls would be made into a large bowl, and these bones would be made into chopsticks, plates, wine glasses, and other utensils. Taisher Demon Emperor was satisfied. If Buddhism and Tao League hadn't been fighting each other for the throne of the human emperor, he wouldn't have had the chance to collect so many monks' bones to make the utensils in his mind. A whole set of utensils made from the golden bones of bodhisattvas. Thinking of those golden utensils, Taisha, demon emperor, felt hungry. Immediately, he ordered the few devils standing around him and shouted, "These fresh and juicy monks indeed taste good, but their muscles are too tender, and they'll be gone in a few bites. Give me a few monks with thick and sturdy muscles. Give me a few old monks with stiff muscles and bones to make soup. TSK, remember, those monks with thick and sturdy muscles and bones have to be the abbot of those monasteries in the Zen forest. Only those who are fair and plump will be profitable. Pick those bald monks who sweep the floors of the monasteries. Their skinny bones are perfect for making soup." Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Taisha, demon emperor, grinned and said, "Don't get those monks who dig out manure pits to grow vegetables. Hee, they'll lose their appetite for such filthy business, even if they have good skin and flesh. Oh, right, get a few young and beautiful nuns to go with the wine, and sprinkle the sap from 10,000-year-old Bodhi trees. That'll be delicious." The few devils were drooling at Taisha, demon emperor's words. They hurriedly transformed into devil clouds and flew away in all directions. Step by step, the army of the fiend realm went deeper and deeper until a basin with a terrain similar to that near Gardenia City appeared in front of them. Without hesitation, the army rushed into the basin, and then the surrounding mountains turned magnificent purple gold at the same time. Countless disciples of the Buddhist League and the army of New Wu emerged from the surrounding mountains and surrounded the basin. Before Taisha, demon emperor, could stand up from the palanquin, 2 golden dragons came roaring down from the sky and cut him from the top of his head to his crotch. Poor Taisha, demon emperor, the lord of the fiend realm, was killed by this unknown supreme artifact of primal before he could see the enemy clearly. The army of the fiend realm was in chaos. Countless fiends howled and fled in all directions. But then, a Buddhist chant rang out, and a Vajra wheel formation appeared and suppressed the void, while hundreds of large and small Buddhist League formations pressed down on it. The golden Buddha's light filled the sky, and all the devils that came into contact with the Buddha's light were burned black. The divine ability of the Buddhist League happened to be the nemesis of the fiends, and large numbers of fiends died tragically in the golden Buddha's light. At the same time as Taisha, demon emperor, was killed, tens of millions of miles away, in a basin with the same terrain, the army of the demon realm was trapped by the same Buddhist League formation. When the army was trapped, the desolate emperor of the demon world was happily sitting on a luxurious cloud bed. Beside him were beautiful nuns with blood all over their lower bodies. The desolate emperor was a prehistoric giant serpent who had attained the Tao. He had always maintained the body of a snake and had not advanced to the Tao of dragon. Snakes were the most lascivious, so wherever the army of the demon realm passed, the male disciples of the Buddhist League were devoured, but the beautiful nuns suffered even more. The desolate emperor had thousands of incarnations, copulating with tens of millions of nuns at the same time. When he had sucked all their energy in Yuan Shundrai, he would devour them one by one. It was unknown how many sins he had committed along the way. Perhaps the mournful cries and pleas of the nuns had confused the desolate emperor. He, who was usually the most cunning and paranoid, did not notice the terrain around him. It was only when the army of the demon realm crashed into the huge basin that he suddenly realized that the situation was not good. Holding a Vajra scepter in his hand and clad in a kasaya with 7 treasures, great E-supremacy appeared in midair with Bajie and a group of his disciples. The Vajra wheel formation suppressed the surrounding space, while countless Buddhist League disciples and human warriors formed a tight blockade around them. More than 300 Tao reasoning realm immortals drew their swords at the same time and rushed at supremacy to E before the desolate emperor. The desolate emperor did not see the mysterious look in the eyes of the Tao reasoning realm immortals, nor did he see the mocking smile on supremacy to Yi's face. All he saw was supremacy, Yi swinging his Vajra scepter down from the sky. A beam of golden light swept across the void, and more than 300 Tao reasoning realm immortals were smashed to pieces by Supremacy, De Yi's scepter. With their immortal bodies disintegrated and their immortal souls shattered, Yuan Ling flew up into the sky, heading straight for the heaven beyond heaven's Tao Yuan Palace. That's impossible, right? The desolate emperor was stunned. Even if Supremacy De Yi was a peak-level Tao-breaking world lord, and even if he used the primordial divine wood, the Vajra dragon-taming wood, to kill more than 300 primordially golden immortals with a single scepter was a joke, right? Supremacy De Yi did not give the desolate emperor any chance. He swung his Vajra scepter and swooped down from the sky, swinging it at the desolate emperor. The two Buddhist formations were activated at the same time. After the armies of the demon realm and the Yao realm held out for 5 months, not a single fiend or demon immortal remained in the formations. The elites of the demon realm and the Yao realm were wiped out, and everyone was sent to the investiture of the gods. Chapter 1106. Gui Tunluo roared and fought fiercely. 39 of the 108 natal fiend gods had been destroyed, and their true forms had fled back to the flag. The thousands of fiend gods guarding the flag had suffered heavy casualties, and even Gui Tunluo had lost a great deal of energy. 99,999 mountain dragons had joined forces with Bai Ling and Gui Tunluo. More than 10,000 of them had been crushed by the mighty Gui Tunluo, and Bai Ling had been severely wounded several times. But, as the lord of the spirit realm, she could quickly recover from her injuries with the energy provided by the spirit immortals under her command, so Gui Tunluo could not really hurt her. Gui Tunluo had a clear advantage in terms of strength, but with the help of Gigu Zi's mystic art of escaping, Bai Ling was able to fight a long and devastating battle with him. The two sides had been locked in a stalemate in the sky for months, but there was no clear winner. Only the heavenly ghosts had suffered heavy casualties. The spirit immortals of the spirit realm alone were not enough to inflict serious damage on the heavenly ghosts, but with the countless war puppets and strange weapons made by MOD's disciples, casualties were inevitable. There were metal puppets that stood tens of thousands of feet tall, black stone puppets that stood tens of thousands of feet tall, and countless strange weapons of war. All of them were powered by a huge amount of immortal stones, and these metal puppets spewed out thick, sticky flames from their mouths, burning heavenly ghosts wherever they passed, and some of the weaker ones were even burned to ashes. Meanwhile, the huge black stone puppets randomly picked up mountains from the ground and threw them around, smashing large numbers of heavenly ghosts into meat patties. On the mountains around a basin, countless great Wu's human soldiers were firing arrows with all kinds of strong bows and crossbows. When the arrows exploded, they were no weaker than the full-force strike of a top-tier heaven immortal. Numerous heavenly ghosts were pierced like hedgehogs by the countless arrows, and then exploded into minced meat and scattered all over the ground. The bodies of spirit immortals were fragile, but their magic and divine abilities were powerful. They could not resist the surprise attacks of heavenly ghosts, but with the strong and sturdy war puppets of MO's sect, their biggest weakness was made up for. Under MOD's command, those spirit immortals with weak bodies but powerful magic power hid in the huge battle puppets and cast all kinds of spells like raindrops. The whole sky and the whole land were filled with mottled shadows caused by the spells of spirit immortals. The heavenly ghosts wanted to kill these spirit immortals at close range, but in the face of the huge war puppets that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall and the defensive runes carved on their bodies by the disciples of MO's sect, they could not hurt these ridiculously strong puppets unless they were struck with the full force of a peak gold immortal. How many peak gold immortal heavenly ghosts were there in the entire ghost realm? However, the number of battle puppets MOD had manufactured over the years was definitely more than 1 million. With all kinds of rare materials provided by Wuxia, the rich man, the disciples of MO's sect were able to perform to their heart's content. As a result, when more than 1 million huge puppets lined up into solid walls on the ground to protect the countless spirit immortals in their battle against the heavenly ghosts, the ghost saints and ghost kings who commanded the battle actually felt a sense of despair, as if doomsday had come. They could not break through the encirclement, nor could they break through. Arrows kept falling from all directions. The human soldiers on the surrounding mountains did not seem to understand the problem of logistics. God knew how many powerful arrows Emo sect had produced for them. Countless arrows rained down on the army of heavenly ghosts, taking away the lives of a large number of heavenly ghosts with every breath. Countless flashing Yuan Ling turned into shooting stars and flew into the sky. The list of investiture of the gods was faithfully carrying out its mission, harvesting the heavenly ghosts killed on the battlefield to its heart's content. There were trillions of these low-grade heavenly ghosts, and they would be conferred as divine soldiers and servants under the mountain god, land god, city god, water god, and other gods in the earth realm, as well as the ghost deacons who suppressed the netherworld and the netherworld. When they entered the list of investiture of the gods and were conferred titles, they would no longer have freedom. They would be ordered around by others for the rest of their lives, and they would not even have the chance to enjoy the flesh and blood that heavenly ghosts love the most. In the future, they could only rely on the incense offerings of believers in the mortal world and occasionally eat some pig's head meat when people offered sacrifices. The ghost saints and ghost kings roared and cursed, kicking their subordinates and launching attacks on Great Wu's front line. But the war puppets with strong defenses blocked their way, and the spirit immortals, hiding in their bodies, were unleashing their most powerful magic to reap the lives of heavenly ghosts in an orderly manner. A few months went by slowly as the fierce battle went on. Gue Tunguo, who was in a stalemate with the Nightmare Queen in the sky, saw that his descendants had suffered heavy casualties. Several times, he wanted to rush down and break the puppet formation with the myriad ghost banner. But under the Nightmare Queen's desperate interception and the obstruction of tens of thousands of mountain dragons, he was beaten black and blue. How could he have the time to come down and rescue his descendants? Days passed, and the armies of the Fiend Realm and the Demon Realm that were trapped outside the palace of New Wu in the distance had been completely wiped out by the Buddhist League. The essence of the Demon Realm and the Demon Realm, which had existed since the beginning of time in Panga World, was gone from this day onwards. No one knew how many years it would take for the fiends and demon immortals to return to their former glory. Grand E Supremacy, who had single-handedly presided over the massacre, charged out of the array with a thick aura of virtue. Those fiend immortals and demon immortals were all brutal masters of slaughter. Grand E Supremacy led the Buddhist cultivators and slaughtered the two armies, earning him an astronomical amount of heavenly merit. Proudly, he injected half of the virtue into his Vajra and Kasaya, while the other half condensed into a dazzling ring of virtue behind his head, making his bald head look like a huge light bulb. Throwing his head back and laughing wildly, he raised his Vajra and cried out, "Listen up, boys. The Tao League is shameless. They sent a bunch of demons and ghosts to attack the peaceful land of the Buddhist League. We must kill all the evildoers of the Tao League and return this world to its former glory. Boys, follow me. We're going to kill and set fire. Well, just kill all the male Taoists. As for the female immortal, try to capture her alive and sell her to those flowery monks of the blissful sect. I bet she's worth a lot of money, isn't she?" In the palace of Tao's origin in the heaven beyond heaven, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs sitting around the list of investiture of the gods twitched their mouths at the same time. The few Daozu sneered at the 7 Buddhist patriarchs. How could the peaceful land of the Buddhist League produce such a superb mountain master? The few Buddhist patriarchs were speechless. Although they were thick-skinned, they had nothing to say in the face of a superb expert like Dei Supremacy. Dei Supremacy hurried all the way to Gardenia City on a gust of fragrance, followed by countless cultivators of the Buddhist League and countless soldiers of New Wu. All the way to the basin where the armies of spirit and ghost were fighting, a breeze blew in front of him. Lord Xianxia had arrived with countless immortal cultivators and happened to collide head-on with Dei's supremacy. The two men looked at each other, but did not say a word. They just led the cultivators of the Buddhist League and the Taoist League behind them into the basin. Gui Tenluo was fighting desperately with Bai Ling when all of a sudden, a clear light sprinkled down from the top of his head, and the sanctimonious Lord Xianxia quietly appeared above him. The star positioning tower flew out from the top of his head and sprinkled down beams of starlight that were as clear as water to fix Gui Tenluo's 7 orifices. Lord Xianxia smiled at Bai Ling, who was panting in the distance, and said, "Don't panic, fellow Taoist. I've come to save you on the order of Daozu." Lord Xianxia raised his hand and revealed a pale yellow handkerchief. A gust of fragrant yellow wind flew out of the handkerchief, and a dragon and a tiger, 2 spirit beasts, rushed out of it, shrouded in beams of immortal light. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 immortal swords and slashed down soundlessly. Gui Tenluo was easily killed by the 2 immortal swords before he could see which supreme treasure of primal was in Lord Xianxia's hand. Bai Ling breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lord Xianxia suddenly appear and kill Gui Tenluo with ease. She did not look at the immortals of the spiritual realm who were fighting the heavenly ghosts. Instead, she bowed to Lord Xianxia in a flirtatious manner and said, "Thank you for saving me, Senior Immortal. I'm very grateful. If you have time in the future, would you like to come to the spiritual realm and have a look?" As Bai Ling was winking at Lord Xianxia, a loud roar that sounded like a dragon's roar came whistling out of the top of her head. "What are you doing here, you slut? TSK, your Tao sect is indeed a place that hides filth. Where do you even have this kind of flirtatious little girl? Heh, eat your Buddha's stick." Lord Xianxia's face fell, and he snapped, "Bald donkey, how dare you?" As he shouted, he quickly threw the handkerchief in his hand, which was obviously very powerful after killing Gui, toward Bai Ling. But his speed was just a little bit slower. Taking advantage of this slight time difference, Supremacy He swooped down from the sky and slammed his Vajra viciously into the Nightmare Queen's head. The head of a beauty that was thousands of times more beautiful than a fresh flower was smashed into a pulp, and the entire spirit body was shattered by the Vajra. With a wild laugh, he put away the Vajra and punched the handkerchief thrown out by Lord Xianxia, shattering the dragon-tiger duo that had flown out of the handkerchief. Laughing wildly, he put away the Vajra and punched the handkerchief thrown out by Lord Xianxia, shattering the dragon-tiger duo that flew out of it. Ignoring the ghost saints and ghost kings who were crying and screaming at the sight of Gui Tenluo's death, he directly produced the Daxiong Spirit Calming Pearl, one of the supreme treasures given to him by the 9 Buddhist patriarchs, which was the most lethal to spirit bodies. Immediately, layers of Buddhist light fell from the sky and enveloped the entire basin. With his cultivation base and the full power of the supreme treasure of primordial, how could any spirit body below the Tao-breaking realm withstand a single blow from him? Apart from Bai Ling, the spirit immortals in the spiritual realm did not have any outstanding experts. As soon as the Daxiong Spirit Calming Pearl appeared, countless miserable howls rang out, and their spirit bodies disintegrated one after another. One after another, Yuan Ling flew into the sky and fled into the investiture of the gods, all the enormous spiritual energy in their spirit bodies devoured by the pearl. Lord Xianxia was trembling with rage. "How dare you? You bald bastard," he roared in a hoarse voice. "You've destroyed my allies in the spiritual realm, and I'll kill all the evil ghosts to avenge them." With a wave of the handkerchief, a gust of fragrance swept out, and countless dragon-tiger duo rushed out. Sword light tore through the Buddhist light and enveloped the whole basin. Before the ghost saints and ghost kings, who were not very smart, could figure out what was going on, the sword light had already struck them. It was a pity that countless heavenly ghosts were killed by Reverend Xianxia without restraint. Then, the sword light merged into a mighty beam of sword energy and slashed at Lord Xianxia. Lord Xianxia howled miserably and coughed up a copious amount of crimson blood. Cursing all the way, he fled with his disciples. Reverend Xianxia called out, and the army of Great Wu chased after the supremacy and rushed into the territory of New Wu. 7 days later, the emperor of New Wu, Wu Dihao, was killed, and Liu Bang unified Great Wu. Then, the army immediately set out for the Yu. From then on, the elites of the spiritual realm and the ghost realm were gone, and they were no longer what they used to be. Chapter 1107. It took half a year for the ghost realm, the fiend realm, the demon realm, and the spirit realm to be completely wiped out. Except for a few defective ones who stayed behind, all the elites of the four realms had fallen in the battle. When Wu Dihao's head was personally cut off by Liu Bang, and when Lord Xianxia led the mighty army to the Yu, the Daluotian Palace of Dao Origin was filled with auspicious light and guests. In the vast main hall of the palace, the investiture of the gods was flying high in the air, surrounded by a dense mist. Countless human faces could be seen wriggling in the light, and one could vaguely hear the chatter of countless people coming from inside the investiture of the gods. Among these faces, the one that appeared the most frequently was Gue Tunluo's hideous old face. He danced and roared inside the investiture of the gods, kicking away any Yuan Ling who dared to approach him. With the investiture of the gods as the boundary, the east side of the Great Hall was filled with immortals from the Tao League. The 99 sect masters of the 33 heavens were lined up according to the order in which they joined the sect, and the dozens of Buddhist League venerables opposite them were staring at each other. Behind them, the Tao League's Tao-breaking perfected immortals and Tao-reasoning primordial immortals sat solemnly, looking down at the ground about a foot in front of them. No one spoke carelessly. Reverend he casually sat cross-legged at the head of the many Buddhist venerables. His body was tall and muscular, so much so that he was a head taller than the other venerables beside him. In the entire hall, his image was the most prominent and eye-catching. Even though the little monk Ba Jie was only a gold immortal, as the first disciple of Supremacy to Yi, he was able to stand behind Supremacy to Yi. In other words, his position was much higher than the other Buddhist virtuous saints. 16 prayer mats were lined up in the Great Hall, on which the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs sat. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs were murmuring Buddhist scriptures in low voices, while the 9 Daozu were slowly reciting the heart-cleansing scripture. The atmosphere between the two sides was very strange. It was indescribably intimate, but there was not much enmity between them. Ba Jie stood behind the Honorable De Yi. Relying on the halo behind the Honorable De Yi's head to illuminate the surroundings, Ba Jie grumbled in a low voice, "Master, the way you vomited blood a few days ago was really..." Supremacy rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. "Handsome? Stupid." Supremacy Dei grumbled. "You're already at the peak of the Tao-breaking state, and your blood is purple gold like pearls and jade. How could you spit out crimson blood after being slashed by Xianxia's sword? Moreover, you spat out so much HP at once. It's equivalent to at least 300 water buffaloes. Who doesn't know that you're just pretending?" Supremacy he looked at Ba Jie in surprise and said, "Smart. Lord Buddha really did drink the water buffalo's blood to put on an act. However, it wasn't the blood of 300 buffaloes. It was the blood of 800 buffaloes. Anyway, it's just a show. I'll just vomit blood. Whoever dares to say that the color of my blood isn't right, I'll tear him apart." Ba Jie rolled his eyes and said nothing. He just shook his head lightly and looked at the figures of the 4 realms in the investiture of gods. Yuan Ling sighed. Smacking his lips, Dei Supremacy suddenly slapped his bald head and barked, "9 Daozu, may I ask, why have you invited our Buddha ancestor and our brothers here today?" "Hee. A few days ago, the Taoist sect superior Xianxia severely injured me, causing me to vomit a water jar full of blood. He even killed one of the division leaders of the 8 groups of heavenly dragons that my Buddhist sect had reserved. Does your Taoist sect want to have a decisive battle with my Buddhist sect? Suddenly, Gue Tunluo's face emerged from the investiture of the gods. Shrouded in black smoke, he howled hoarsely, "Great Venerable is right. I, Gue Tunluo, will not die in peace. I will not die in peace. How could this be? Could it be that the descendants of my 9th nether ghost realm are going to end here?" Dei gave Gue Tunluo a sideways glance and said, "Shut up. You're already in the investiture of gods, so why are you still complaining? The descendants of the ghost realm. How could they be extinct? When I'm itching to kill thousands of them and throw them into the ghost realm, won't another batch of heavenly ghosts emerge in a few eons?" Ha ha ha! Thinking that he had told a funny joke, Dei threw his head back and laughed complacently. The many sect masters and almighty experts of the Tao League, Chi-Chi, gave him a look and twitched their lips at the same time. Although these core mighty figures of the Taoist sects knew of the schemes of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, and knew that supremacy to Yi's words were in concert with the schemes of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors, his words were too hurtful. Not only did it hurt people, but also hurt ghosts. Gue Tunluo, trapped in the investiture of gods and unable to move, threw his head back and roared furiously. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Dei and growled, "What did you say, supremacy Dei? You. Why didn't you save me when I was hacked by Shoujua's demonic sword a few days ago?" Dei rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Save you? Do you think I alone can withstand the combined attack of Shoujua's Daozu and Bai Ling, that bitch? Didn't you see how I killed Bai Ling with my mighty power? Don't tell me I still had the strength to save you from Shoujua's Daozu when I killed an expert as strong as Bai Ling? Are you being reasonable?" Tearing off his shirt and exposing his hairy chest, he pointed at the 3-foot-long sword mark that twisted like a centipede and growled, "Gue Tunluo, do you still have a conscience, you wretch? I was hacked by Shoujua's Daozu just to save you, and now I'm spitting blood all over a water jar. How dare you blame Lao Tzu for not saving you in time?" The Buddhist patriarchs and Daozu did not say a word. They just stared quietly at Dei. The elites of the 4 realms were sent to the investiture of the gods, but the question of how to make these elites willingly be conferred as gods, to wholeheartedly devote themselves to their divine duties, to be diligent, and to work hard without complaint was still something they had to consider carefully. The E-Supremacy's Act was nothing more than a scam. If he could not trick these elites into becoming gods willingly, what would happen if they slacked off? Through several practices of the investiture of gods in the mortal worlds, the Buddhist patriarchs and Daozu were well aware of how great the losses would be if the middle and lower echelons of the 4 realms refused to obey them. Sure enough, after a round of pestering from Great Gue Tunluo was rendered speechless by the old man. He could not be blamed for Dei's failure to rescue him, as he had been seriously injured by Lord Shoujua's sword. It was true that the Buddhist League had wronged Gue Tunluo, but when the Rui Light Buddha and all his disciples were killed in the Battle of Gardenia City, as well as tens of thousands of bodhisattvas and arhats who came to help the Buddhist League, it did not seem that the Buddhist League had used him as cannon fodder. Gue Tunluo had nothing to say. He threw his head back and heaved a long sigh, then looked pitifully at the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and said, "Please help me." Buddha Shoshin sighed softly. Looking at Gue Tunluo with a compassionate look, he said in a deep voice, "Gue Tunluo, this is really an accident. But no matter what, even if you are in the investiture of gods, the Buddhist League will definitely give you an explanation. The blood of you and your children will not be shed in vain." Gue Tunluo took a deep breath, cupped his fist, and bowed to the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, then slowly disappeared into the golden glow of the investiture of gods. As soon as Gue Tunluo disappeared, Taisher Demon, Huang Huang, and Bai Lin, the 3 leaders of the 3 realms who had joined the Tao League, emerged from the investiture of gods with a group of trusted aides. Queen Bai Lin cried and cried as she wiped her tears. She knelt before the 9 Tao ancestors pitifully and cried, "Please help me. Dao ancestors. Bai Lin has cultivated arduously for countless years and achieved what she has today with great difficulty. Now, her spiritual body has dispersed, leaving only her primordial spirit to drag out an ignoble existence. Dao ancestors, please punish esteemed Xianxia for not being able to save her. Taisher Demon and the Desolate Emperor also yelled out, venting their anger on esteemed Xianxia. They were all killed by Dei supremacy and the Buddhist saints. However, it was clear that Dei supremacy was no match for esteemed monk Xianxia. If esteemed monk Xianxia had been able to rescue them, they might not have been sent to the list of deification. They had only heard of the investiture of gods, but they had never taken this treasure seriously. But now that their Yuan Ling had been sucked into the investiture of gods, they realized that it was not a good thing. Yuan Ling was being attacked by the strange power in the investiture of gods, and Yuan Ling seemed to be forming some strange connection with the laws of heavenly Tao of Panga World. If they were fish in the ocean of the heavenly Tao before, they were now gradually turning into glue, as if they were going to become a part of the heavenly Tao. This strange change frightened them badly. They didn't know what to do. They could only follow the Nightmare Queen and beg the 9 Tao ancestors to show mercy and save them in time. Suddenly, Dei laughed strangely. I've never seen fools like you. That ox-nosed Xianxia is really unlucky. It took him a lot of effort to break through the blockade of the 7 Buddhist League saints, and it took him a lot of effort to come to your rescue. Not only did you not appreciate his kindness, but you're also blaming him? Shaking his head, he rose to his feet, patted the dust off his butt, and walked out of the palace of Tao origin. As he walked, he laughed wildly and said, "Hee hee, a bunch of fools who don't know what's good for them. Although they have entered the investiture of gods, they are still in the mood to complain when the fortune of immortality is right in front of them. Immortality, 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 immortality." These words immediately attracted the attention of the leaders of the 4 realms. Even Gei Tunluo, who had just returned to the investiture of gods, could not wait to hear the explanation. Purple-browed Daozu sighed softly. He turned to look at Buddha Guarding Heart and the others, and said indifferently, "Senior brothers, the Tao League has won this bet. Great Wu has destroyed New Wu, and the Buddhist League is at a disadvantage. From now on, until the investiture of gods is completed, the Buddhist League will have to follow the orders of the Tao League. What do you think, senior brothers?" The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the saints of the Buddhist League chanted the name of Buddha in unison. They nodded at the same time, and no one spoke again. With a benevolent smile, purple-browed Daozu turned to the leaders of the 4 realms in the investiture of gods and said, "Now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do. Although the 4 of you have suffered this tribulation, it is also your fortune. Do you know the difference between the divine positions conferred by the investiture of gods and the immortal positions conferred by the celestial court in the past?" Daozu, who had already walked out of the palace of Tao origin, gave a strange laugh and said in a low voice, "Who are they trying to fool?" Beiji sighed, then shook his head and said with emotion, "Even ghosts are fooled. What a cruel world." Looking up at the sky, Daozu murmured in a low voice, what was his true self Wuxia doing now? Chapter 1108. Outside the chaos, in the depths of the Earth's core, Wuxia and his company stared blankly at the magnificent cave abode in front of them. So, this was one of the secret abodes of the White Rat Demon who had given Wuxia the Scroll of Stealing, the one that stored the most valuable treasures among all the treasures he had stolen. This guy's methods were really unpredictable, and he was even more generous and imposing to the extreme. They were greeted by a tall, grayish-black wall, about 100 miles tall, stretching for tens of thousands of miles from left to right. It was made of an alloy cast with the essence of thousands of different metals, and was engraved with countless ancient and heavy patterns. There were scenes of Pangu creating the world, scenes of goddess Nuwa summoning numerous celestial fiends to create the human race. Scenes of wars between celestial fiends, and scenes of the human race rising from the wilderness of Pangda continent and eventually becoming the overlord of the continent. A row of 36 Dragon Balls hung under the jaws of divine dragons hovered in midair, emitting a faint watery light that shone on the huge wall. Every single pattern on the wall was reflecting a thick, grayish-black light. Although the divine immortals, Buddhas, and countless living beings engraved on the wall did not move at all, a vast and ancient aura came rushing at them, making them feel as if they were some living creatures that were sealed on the wall. In front of the wall, not far away from Wuxia and his company, a pitch-black wooden plaque was hovering amidst a thin clump of cloud and mist. A row of large characters was written on the wooden plaque, which began with a series of ha ha. This wall was built by the alliance of human clans with all the strength of the human race. Written on the plaque was the origin of the wall. It was an extraordinary treasure built by the entire human race before the Great Yu dynasty was founded and when the human race was still in the Great Alliance of Tribes. If nothing went wrong, it should have been erected outside the Hall of Ancestral Spirits of the human race, protecting this great hall where all the human clans worshipped their ancestors and the souls of those who had died in battle. But the White Rat Demon saw that the wall was exquisitely made, and the materials used were extremely precious. So he sneaked it away under the noses of countless great oracles of the alliance of human clans. The wall that was supposed to stand outside the human race's ancestral spirit palace had now become the gate of the White Mouse Spirit's secret palace. Wu Qi shook his head. No wonder the huge carvings on the wall had the charm of the Yu. It seemed like they were made by the human race. Putting aside the huge wall that cost the entire human race to build, the origin of the 36 Dragon Balls floating in the sky was also very questionable. Only those powerful divine dragons in the ancient times could condense a Dragon Ball in their lower jaws. Ordinary, true dragons and sky dragons did not have the strength to do this. 36 Dragon Balls represented that 36 powerful, Tao-breaking divine dragons had fallen into the hands of the White Mouse Spirit. Wu Qi couldn't help but glance at A.O. Buzin. Sure enough, A.O. Buzin had a strange look on his face. As he stared at the 36 Dragon Balls, his eyes revealed a fierce look of greed. A.O. Buzin was not a man who cherished his descendants. He must not be thinking about returning these Dragon Balls to their owners, who had probably died long ago. A.O. Buzin must be thinking about how to make Wu Qi give these Dragon Balls to him, so that A.O. Buzin could refine these Dragon Balls one by one, which would strengthen his magic power and replenish his huge amount of dragon power. Curling his lips, Wu Qi led the crowd to the door in the middle of the huge wall. It was a square door, about 10 miles tall and less than 1,000 feet wide, dark and deep. Wu Qi was familiar with this style. Many of the doors of important palaces in Great Yu were built like this. They were deliberately made extraordinarily large, with a very exaggerated ratio of height to width, to create a sense of sacredness, solemnity, and pressure, and to make anyone who approached it feel like they were just an ant. As soon as they walked through the door, faint ripples of light immediately appeared on the dark floor. These tiny ripples spread under the feet of Wu Qi and the others, spreading in all directions and illuminating the surroundings with a dim light. Everyone focused their eyes to look ahead, and they couldn't help but gasp at the same time. The door was deep, at least 300 miles deep. This wall was really amazing, not to mention the time and effort it took to forge it. Just the materials used to make it was an astronomical figure. Wu Qi chuckled and said, "For the sake of offering sacrifices to our ancestors, the human race is always willing to do their best. I'm afraid the materials used to forge this wall are enough to forge hundreds of thousands of upper-grade gold immortal artifacts." Princess Zhang Lu was also looking around in surprise. She chuckled and said, "It's not bad. The materials used to make this wall are not too precious, but it's a pity that it's such a huge amount." Xianxia just twitched her mouth and said nothing. The wall was forged with the essence of thousands of different metals, and she didn't care about these ordinary acquired materials. For her, who was born in the chaos, only innate spirit objects could move her heart. With Wuxia leading the way, none of the restrictive mechanisms along the way were activated, and they walked out of the thick wall safely. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of them, and at the end of the door was a world with green mountains and clear waters. Without Wuxia's help, the white rat demon had already constructed a huge world in his cave abode. High up in the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars transformed from spirit treasures were sprinkling down with their magnificent power, filling the world with abundant natural energy. As he scanned the world with his divine sense, Wuxia could not help but marvel in his mind. The area of this world was as large as 300 provinces into you, and the concentration of natural energy was only slightly lower than that in Panga World. What shocked Wuxia was that, just like Panga Continent, this world was also absorbing natural energy from the outside world and expanding its area at an extremely slow pace. When Wuxia found that the area of this world was increasing at an extremely slow pace, his body froze. The white rat demon had only told him about the existence of this secret palace in the Scroll of Stealing, but he did not describe in detail what was in this secret palace or what it looked like. When Wuxia was talking with Pangu, he had heard about this world that could absorb natural energy and expand on its own. It was a rare treasure that Pangu had obtained from the ancient sacred palace, called the living soil. When he created the world, he had fused it into the world he had created, and that was why Panga World had the ability to expand continuously. Anyone above the realm of Gold Immortal could refine an interstitial world, and as their cultivation base improved, the size of their interstitial world could continue to expand as well. However, there was a limit to the growth of an interstitial world. After all, even the magic power and divine abilities of Dao fusing experts were not limitless. However, after fusing with the living soil, Panga World could expand on its own without Panga's control. The secret palace left behind by the white rat spirit, this pocket world, was actually expanding on its own, and the momentum of its expansion seemed endless. Wuxia pointed his finger out. A stream of cloud rolled down from the surrounding air, bringing a jade medallion made of innate spirit jade into Wuxia's hand. The origin of this small world was recorded in the jade medallion. Sure enough, when Pangu created the world, he had only used 90% of the living soil and left the remaining 10% for the Wahuang clan as the treasure of the palace. However, the Wahuang clan was only wary of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Dao patriarchs, but not the white rat demon. One day, the white rat demon had nothing to do, so he went to the Empress Wa Palace and took a stroll. Thus, the 10% of the living soil became his spoil of war. Suddenly, Wuxia understood why even the Wahuang clan, who had always been kind and not easily angered, joined the hunt for the white rat demon after the news of him stealing the world came to light. This guy had stolen all the living soil left behind in the Holy Realm from the Wahuang clan. It was no wonder that the Wahuang clan was furious. After marveling for a while, Wuxia crushed the jade medallion and destroyed all traces of it. He could never let the Wahuang clan and Panga know that he was related to the white rat demon. It would be a disaster if the jade medallion remained in the world. Although it was an innate spirit jade of great value, it was better to destroy it decisively. Princess Zhonglu and the others had flown high up into the sky, enjoying the beautiful scenery of this world. There were mountains, rivers, hills, and all kinds of landforms, exactly the same as Panga Continent. The only thing that was different from Panga Continent was the hundreds of thousands of exquisite mountains of various sizes hovering midair in this world. These mountains were crystal clear, and they were all made of various rare and precious materials of extremely pure quality. The mountains of various sizes were densely packed with all kinds of grotesquely shaped holes, and each hole was filled with something. In total, there were more than billions of things stored on these mountains. Obviously, these mountains were divided into 3 layers from top to bottom. The highest layer only had a dozen mountains, and they were very small, only about 1,000 feet tall. In the second layer, there were more than 10,000 mountains, and each of them was about 10 miles tall. In the lowest layer, there were hundreds of thousands of mountains, the largest of which was about 10,000 miles tall. They were densely packed with holes, and each of them was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. There is no doubt that the higher the level of the mountains, the more precious the treasures, or the stronger the cultivation base of their original owners. Wuxi's divine sense swept across the dozens of mountains at the highest point, and he found a small cluster of holes on one of them, about 1,000 feet tall, made of jade. A plaque was hovering over it, and the words "Great Horns" were clearly engraved on it. Clearly, the items stored in these holes were all the treasures the White Rat Demon had plundered from Great Horns. Curiously, Wuxi scanned them with his divine sense, and he froze on the spot immediately. There was a suit of armor, which Wuxi was very familiar with. It was the armor Great Horns wore in the chaos. There was also a long robe, which Great Horns often wore. There was no doubt that these were Great Horns' undergarments. Wuxi quickly scanned the plaque with his divine sense, and found a large number of small characters on the back of the plaque. In these small characters, the White Rat Demon described in detail how these treasures that belonged to Great Horns had fallen into his hands. When Great Horns was fusing with the Tao, the heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful, and Great Horns had no time to fend off the tribulation with all his might. It was during this time that the White Rat Demon took the opportunity to loot everything from him. Even a precious treasure that Great Horns used to transcend the tribulation, the Thunder Storage Bottle, was stolen by the White Rat Demon, which nearly caused Great Horns to fail the tribulation. If it were not for the fact that Great Horns did not like to take a bath and the strong smell on him, the White Rat Demon would have taken off his underwear and socks. Wuxi fell silent for a moment. No wonder all the almighty experts in the whole Panga world were hunting this guy after he was exposed. How many people had this guy offended? Chapter 1109. In the secret palace world, Wuxi was sitting cross-legged on a white cloud, floating around with Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia, admiring the local conditions and customs of this world. There are no humans in this world, but there were demons, and all of them had pretty good cultivation bases. Along the way, within the short distance of tens of millions of miles, Wuxi had sensed at least 100 powerful auras of demons. The strongest among them had a cultivation base of peak-level heaven immortal. However, the demons here seemed to be very calm in nature, unlike the demons in Panga world who like to rob and eat living people. Wuxi flew across the sky with the 2 beautiful women. Even when they flew directly over the cave abode of a big demon, no small demon came out to stop them or ask Wuxi and the others where they came from. At most, there were some chattering little demons hiding in the bushes of the forest, pointing at something and making noises about something. After spending half a month, Wuxi and the others had traveled all over this small world and found many good things, as well as many arrangements left by the White Rat Spirit. The most interesting thing was that the White Rat Spirit had actually set up the heavenly Tao laws in this small world. Just like how Pangu could create his own heavenly Tao when he created the world, the White Rat Spirit used the living soil to create this small world, which was actually equivalent to Panga's method. It was just that the White Rat Spirit did not cultivate the great divine power of Pangu, so he did not perish along with the creation of this world. Although the heavenly Tao laws of this world were simple, they were very interesting. A few simple laws were aimed at the demons living in this world. The highest cultivation base that could be accommodated here was peak-level heaven immortal. As long as any demon dared to touch the threshold of golden immortal, it would immediately suffer a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, this heavenly tribulation was different from Panga world. The heavenly tribulation here would not end. In other words, If any unlucky big demon dared to provoke the heavenly tribulation, it would never end unless it killed him. Another law was that the demons here had a certain amount of food quota every year. The so-called food quota was the number of living beings that these fiendish demons could devour every year. The stronger the fiendish demon, the lesser the food quota. A peak stage heaven immortal great demon could only eat one little vole in a year, and during the rest of the time, it could only eat the wind, drink dew, or gnaw on those bamboo shoots and mushrooms. If it dared to eat a little more blood food, even if it ate one more flea, it would attract the heavenly tribulation, and it would also end up in a never-ending state. That was why the demons in this world were so calm and modest. They did not have the motivation to rob others, nor did they have the fervent desire to cultivate. If they were just little demonic beasts that had yet to develop spiritual intelligence, he could still rely on his instincts to hunt and eat as he pleased. Once he reached the realm of Jindan, he could only eat blood food once every 3 days. When he reached the realm of nascent soul, he could only eat blood food once every 10 days. When he reached the realm of primordial divinity, he could only eat blood food once every month, and the size of the blood food could not exceed the size of a rabbit. Therefore, most of the demons in this world sat in the mountains every day, staring blankly. Especially those great demons. They were extremely poor and bored. They did not dare to cultivate, nor did they dare to eat blood food. They could only sing about the wind and play with the moon and play with the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Therefore, the cultural level of the demons in this world was more than 10,000 times higher than those in Panga world. A little demon who had just reached the realm of Jindan might casually blurt out the words miserable. Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu, and Xianxia were all shocked by the local demons here. Such gentle, quiet, cultured, and artistic demons were really rare. Looking at the few demons around Wuxia, who were always thinking about eating humans, all the native demons here could simply address them as grandmasters. The white rat demon had also set up many dangerous places in this world. Some of these places were regarded as death zones by the local demons, but as long as one had the cultivation of a golden immortal, one could easily enter and exit these places. These places were all filled with rare spirit herbs planted by the white rat demon. One could easily imagine the source of these spirit herbs. The white rat demon had taken them away from their original owners and transplanted them here, and they were actually growing very well. Aside from spirit herbs, the white rat demon had also planted some extremely rare things. For example, in the extreme west of this small world, in a mountain range that the white rat demon had named Little Kunlun, he had actually opened up tens of millions of acres of land and planted large tracts of Lantian warm jade. This type of spirit jade was one of the few fine jades in the world that could be cultivated through planting. If one of them condensed into a Lantian chalcedony, a single drop of chalcedony would have the miraculous effect of transforming one's mortal body and strengthening one's cultivation foundation. Aside from the miraculous effect of the Lantian chalcedony, the Lantian warm jade also had an excellent nourishing effect when used to make medicine bottles or pill cauldrons. If an ordinary immortal pill was stored in a medicine bottle made of Lantian warm jade, as long as it was placed in a place with abundant natural energy, it would never rot. Instead, it would constantly improve its medicinal strength and warm its medicinal properties. In Wu Qi's previous life, the old man Yuan Ling only managed to find 100 pill bottles made of Lantian warm jade when he searched through the chaos space. However, if the Lantian warm jade in the jade field cultivated by the white rat demon was mined, it could be made into at least tens of millions of jade bottles. For an alchemy grandmaster, the value of this jade field was immeasurable. If the Lantian warm jade made Wu Qi's heart itch, then the thing in the Dragon Lake in the extreme east of this small world almost drove Ao Buzan, Lord Xianxia, and the others crazy. The white rat demon was indeed a generous man. He must have emptied the ancestral tombs of the dragons in Panga world. In the Dragon Lake, there were at least 1 million ancient dragons' corpses piled up together. Then he drew a few dark-green water veins to soak the corpses, then planted spirit dragon grasses all over them. Spirit dragon grasses were highly poisonous to all living beings, and even almighty experts of Tao-breaking realm were unwilling to consume them. They could only grow from the corpses of dragons by absorbing their energy essence and darking energy. A matured spirit dragon grass could improve a dragon's magic power by 1 period. It was not very attractive to Ao Buzin, but if a matured spirit dragon grass was not picked for more than 3,600 years, it would bear a spirit dragon fruit. The spirit dragon fruit, which was only the size of soybean and as red as a supreme-grade red coral, had only one effect: to improve the reproduction ability of dragons by thousands of times. When Wuxia accidentally told Ao Buzin about the existence of the spirit dragon grass, the excited Ao Buzin immediately brought Lord Xianxia and rushed to the abyss. At first glance, he saw countless pale dragon bones faintly visible in the cold, dark water in the dark abyss. Between those enormous bones, which stretched for thousands of miles, countless crimson grasses, each about 10 feet tall and as thick as a thumb, were standing upright. These spirit grasses were spirit dragon grasses, and countless spirit dragon fruits that had fallen off naturally were floating on the water surface near them. Nourished by the dragon bone energy essence and darking water, these spirit dragon fruits did not shrivel or wither at all. Instead, their medicinal strength was a few times stronger. Ao Buzin was trembling with excitement, while Lord Xianxia transformed back into his true dragon form and flew around the abyss. All of a sudden, Ao Buzin let out a long roar that shook the whole small world. "O merciful Buddha, I can really plant seeds all over the world this time. In the past, I planted seeds all over the world, but they did not bear any fruit. Now, with so many spirit dragon fruits, as long as the soil is fertile, Lao Tzu's seeds will bloom and bear fruit. As the saying goes, 1 grain of millet in spring will reap 10,000 in autumn. I, Ao Buzin, have succeeded in planting seeds all over the world." Ao Buzin was very excited. Over the years, he had planted countless seeds on many female immortals, but only Immortal Jadebone and a few other powerful female immortals could bear fruit. The fertility of dragons was indeed too weak. Even though Ao Buzin was the ancestor of dragons, he was not immune to this limitation. But now, with the spirit dragon fruits, Ao Buzin seemed to see the scene of countless descendants of dragons overwhelming the world. While Ao Buzin, Lord Xianxia, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn were celebrating joyfully around the patch of spirit dragon grass, Wuxia had returned to the core of this small world, a huge altar left behind by the white rat demon, floating in the center of this small world. The altar was engraved with countless complex images of mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. There were also countless images of birds and beasts that could be faintly seen on the altar. A glowing ball of light the size of a human head was suspended in the middle of the altar, which was the core that controlled this small world. As long as Wuxia controlled this core, he would be able to control this small world, and he could set the laws of heavenly Tao of this small world at will. With his palm pressed on the ball of light, Wuxia could not help but nod as he listened to the wild roar of joy coming from Ao Buzin in the distance. He had not been able to enjoy the small world left behind by the white rat demon, and instead, he had benefited from it. Not only was this place rich in resources, but it was also so well hidden that it was the perfect place to settle down. Even if the World Destroyer had a mighty ability, could they find their way out of the chaos? This was indeed a place where people could live and work in peace and contentment. From today on, this place shall be called Carefree Heavenly Realm, Wuxia said in a low voice. I only hope that those who live here, whether they are our relatives, friends, or disciples, can live a worry-free life. Pausing briefly, Wuxia smiled and said, "With this place as the foundation, I will have nothing to worry about when I go to Pangu World and do whatever I want." Laughing out loud, Wuxia pointed his finger out, and a stream of starlight darted out of his fingertip. He forcibly tore a big half of the small world inside his body apart, turning it into a great amount of natural energy and spraying it out. Carefree heavenly realm was crazily absorbing the energy transformed from the world in Wuxi's body. Amidst a deafening rumble, the land, which was originally equivalent to 300 provinces, was rapidly expanding in all directions. 500 provinces, 800 provinces, 1,000 provinces. The expansion of the carefree heavenly realm grew faster and faster, while Wuxi was soaked in cold sweat, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Countless bright light spots shone from his fingertips. Longbow people, heaven ghosts, Ao, Buzan's sons and grandsons, and countless immortals, soldiers, and their families from the EC that Wuxi had taken captive, were released by Wuxi one after another. The sky was suffused with a fragrant breeze, while auspicious clouds carried these people and sent them to different parts of the carefree heavenly realm. Lightning flashed in the sky, and countless streams of light flashed across the sky. Following Wuxi's will, some of the powers of Tao in this world were undergoing a thorough change. The light ball in his palm began to flicker and was gradually absorbed into Wuxi's body. The carefree heavenly realm was completely under Wuxi's control. Chapter 11:10. On Panga Continent, two armies marched side by side, attacking Liangzhu from the southern region of the Yu. Along the way, the army was led by the Tao League. Together with countless almighty experts of the Tao League and the disciples of the Underhand sect, most of Great Wu's army, they marched north in a mighty formation, besieging cities and uprooting fortresses. The main force of the army was the Buddhist League. With the help of countless Buddhist saints, Supremacy he led half of Great Wu's army, cursing and swearing, to open roads and build bridges. Unlike the time when the Shizhou dynasty and the Ling dynasty joined forces to attack the Yu, the Buddhist League and Tao League no longer shouted any slogans, nor did they care about which side the people's hearts were on. They just kept marching toward Liangzhu. If there was a conflict with the soldiers of the Yu along the way, the almighty experts of the Buddhist League and Tao League would at most roar justice for heaven and then strike with all their might. Often, before the generals of the Yu could react, they would be wiped out by the magical treasures. From the southern region to Yuxiong Plain, there were thousands of large military towns along the way and tens of thousands of other military towns at checkpoints. But this time, in the face of the elite forces of the Buddhist League and Tao League, and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao League had lent all their treasures to their disciples, the generals of the Yu were no match for these almighty experts. Although they had lost some men and disciples along the way, the disciples of the two sects had finally fought their way to the border of Yuxiong Plain. From here on, all the military towns along the way were the top armies led by the top generals of the Yu, and all the soldiers were elites like Yuxiong army. They were no longer ordinary soldiers who had been hastily recruited and trained by various provinces in the past few years. At Reverend Shojua's suggestion, the armies of the Tao League and the Buddhist League, which had been advancing separately, joined forces in front of Blackwood Pass, the first military town they encountered after entering Yuxiong Plain. The generals of both sides met on the plain outside the southern gate to discuss important matters. On the wall of Blackwood Pass, a few armored generals of the Yu looked solemnly at the almighty experts of the Buddhist League and the Tao League a few miles outside the gate, their faces gloomy as they murmured something in low voices from time to time. On the plain outside the city, Liu Bang, who had personally led the army, sat under a reed canopy with a smile on his face, looking at the countless almighty experts of the Buddhist League and the Tao League sitting on both sides. Except for the Buddhist patriarchs and the Daozu, who did not take action personally, the army led by Liu Bang, the scale of the Yu dynasty's expedition to the Yu was completely different. The armies of the Shizhou dynasty and the Ling dynasty League attacked by the Yu. At that time, when the Shizhou dynasty and the Ling dynasty attacked the Yu, not only were the fiend celestial gods from the outer realms causing trouble But the Tao League and the Buddhist League did not use their real strength. Instead, it was Yu who kept playing one trump card after another, putting the Ling dynasty and the Shizo dynasty in a sorry state. In the end, they exhausted each other and perished together. But now, in addition to the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Taoist patriarchs, the almighty experts of the Buddhist League and the Tao League had gathered together, led by Dei Venerable and Shozhua Shangren, the representatives of the 2 sections. The Buddhist League had sent 36 revered venerables, while the Tao League had sent 36 sect masters from the 12th heaven of the 33 worlds, a total of 72 zenith heaven golden immortals of the Tao breaking realm, and more than 2,000 primordial unity golden immortals and Buddhas of the Tao reasoning realm. It had only taken them half a year to march from Chang and City to the Black Forest Pass. Along the way, they had swept through all the provinces in the southern region of Yu, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. More than 1 million civil and military officials of Yu had surrendered at the mere sight of them, and even dozens of prefecture overseers of first-grade provinces had brought their families to submit to Liu Bang. Putting aside the individual strength of these prefecture overseers, there is no lack of formidable generals among their people who had reached the level of gold immortals or even primordial immortals by practicing the cultivation techniques of the human race. And now, all of them had submitted to Liu Bang. On his left sat the saints of the Buddhist League, led by Dei Venerable, and on his right sat the immortals of the Tao League, led by Shozhua Shangren. Standing next to them were the prefecture overseers and civil and military officials of the provinces who had submitted to Liu Bang along the way, and among them were hundreds of oracles and generals with the strongest cultivation bases of their people. The high-spirited Liu Bang glanced around with a smile on his face. A plume of purple smoke gushed out of the top of his head, in which 9 purple gold dragons could be vaguely seen rolling. Almost the entire southern region of Yu had been completely annexed by him. The officials who had submitted to him had begun to spread the news of a new era to the people, and some people had begun to submit to Great Wu's rule. All this had naturally brought Liu Bang an extremely powerful emperor aura, and his cultivation base had soared along with it, showing signs of breaking through to the realm of Tao breaking. Looking at the Blackwood Mountain Pass, which had a city wall that reached the clouds, Liu Bang clapped his hands complacently and said, "Dear immortal masters, may I ask, when will my army arrive at Liangzhu?" Liu Bang had gained great benefits from controlling the Emperor Aura with the secret art of Daozu and refining it like the natural energy of heaven and earth. He could not wait to unify Yu and bring all the human race under his rule. Perhaps he could really break through an unfathomable realm with the help of the Emperor Aura. Immortal, indestructible, invulnerable. At the thought of his bright future and some of his plans, Liu Bang was so excited that he trembled all over. The intense pleasure was even more exciting than the few beautiful female immortals he had enjoyed last night, at least 10,000 times more exciting than when he played with them. Dei and Monk Shozhua exchanged a glance and laughed at the same time. Liu Bang's journey had been smooth, and it was only natural that he could not hold back his excitement when he saw that he was about to succeed. They were also very excited. If Liu Bang really ascended to the throne of the human emperor, there would be a good show to watch. Currently, the number of people on the list of investiture of the gods was not enough to fill the deities of the 3 realms set by the 2 sections. The southern region had not gone through many fierce battles in this expedition, and the Buddhist League and Tao League had not suffered many losses. If they were to reach Liangzhu now, they would not be able to become deities. Dei grinned and said, "Don't be hasty, your majesty. The fierce battle has only just begun when we arrive at Yuxiong Plain. You must know that Yuxiong Plain is the birthplace of the human race, and it is the true sacred land of the human race. The soldiers stationed here are extremely strong, and they will not be easily defeated." Venerable Shozhua also said a few words indifferently. He was merely repeating Venerable Yi's words. It would take an eons of time for an immortal to cultivate to the realm of gold immortals. However, if everything went well, It would take the human race less than 100 years to cultivate a warrior strong enough to fight against a gold immortal. The soldiers stationed in Yuxiong Plain were all elites, and Great Wu had to be mentally prepared to pay a heavy price. Not only Dai and Monk Shozhua said so, but even the Buddhist League and Tao League sect masters present had the same opinion. Sitting under the reed shed, they warned the accompanying immortals and cultivators in voices that could be heard by everyone in Great Wu's army that the real battle would only begin when they entered Yuxiong Plain. After putting on a show, Liu Bang built an altar in front of Blackwood Pass and solemnly offered all kinds of sacrificial offerings to the ancestors of the human race. Standing on the towering altar, Liu Bang solemnly announced to the world that for the future of the human race, for the welfare of all, for the survival of the human race in Panga world, for the sake of the great Tao of heaven and earth, for the sake of justice and human relations, he must overthrow Emperor Haozuan and replace him as the emperor of the human race. Just after the ceremony was over, at the command of Monk Shozhua and Dai, the few Buddhist League sect masters and Tao League sect masters soared into clouds and flew toward Blackwood Pass. Inside Blackwood Pass, Dayu's army showed no sign of weakness. A dozen supreme towers rushed out with a frigid air, rolled up dark clouds, and brought the few Buddhist League sect masters and Tao League sect masters high into the sky. Since a Tao-breaking expert had joined the battle, the top experts of the Buddhist League and Tao League naturally would not join the battle. If they did, they would be looking down on their fellow disciples who had joined the battle. So the Buddhist League sect masters and Tao League sect masters sat under the reed shed, looking up at the sky and observing the battle in the dark clouds. At the same time, Liu Bang's generals gave the signal, and Great Wu's army swarmed out. The walls of Blackwood Pass were extremely high, and the restrictive formation was so strong that even gold immortals could not fly here. Great Wu soldiers lined up in neat rows and attacked the city in an orderly manner with all kinds of war machines produced by the Mo sect. Among them, countless itinerant cultivators from the Buddhist League and Tao League who had submitted to Great Wu, as well as the cultivators from the immortal sects and Buddhist sects who came from the outer heavenly realms, had also joined the battle. They blended into the ranks of the soldiers and unleashed their divine abilities to attack Blackwood Pass. To everyone's surprise, the defenders in Blackwood Pass did not put up a desperate defense. Instead, they openly opened the city gates and poured out countless soldiers to engage in a field battle with Great Wu's siege teams. Arrows poured down like rain. Countless archers on the city wall of Black Forest Pass poured down arrows to their heart's content, and all kinds of powerful talismans rained down like a snowstorm. The immortals and cultivators who had blended into Great Wu's army had lost the ability to fly, and their frail bodies were even more vulnerable than the human warriors around them. As the arrows poured down, the immortals and cultivators who were not protected by heavy shields and armors fell to the ground one after another. Wherever these arrows, which were specially designed to restrain the cultivators from the Buddhist League and Tao League, passed, countless cultivators fell to the ground, bathed in blood, while streams of Yuan Ling soared into the sky and were sucked into the list of investiture of the gods. Under the huts, the world venerables and sect leaders of the Buddhist League and Tao League watched expressionlessly as the cultivators from the two sects were slaughtered by Dayu's sharp weapons. There was a relaxed smile on their faces that could not be concealed. They only wanted to fill up the missing number of godhoods in the list of deification. As for these outer sect immortals and Buddhist cultivators who had been their disciples for countless generations, what loss did it matter to them? One of the world venerables sitting next to Great E chuckled and said, "Buddha is merciful. Now that they are on the list of investiture of the gods, they have obtained the righteous fruit of the heavenly Tao. Although they have lost their freedom, they have been spared many years of hard cultivation." Great E chuckled as well. He nodded and said, "Indeed, after ascending to the throne of the heavenly Tao from the list of investiture of the gods, they will be immortal as long as the heavenly Tao exists. This has indeed saved them many years of hard work." TSK, They are now immortal like the saints of the Tao fusing realm. The crowd laughed and chatted under the huts. Great Wu's army charged forward fearlessly. Gradually, the foundation of Black Forest Pass was shaken. Finally, one of the sect leaders who was fighting in the sky slashed down his sword, and the wall collapsed with a boom. The Yu's garrison did not linger to fight. As soon as the wall collapsed, they whistled shrilly and turned to flee. The Supreme Oracle, who was fighting with the few world venerables and sect leaders in the sky, also did not hesitate to roll up a chilly wind and flee to the north. In the blink of an eye, all the defenders of Black Forest Pass had fled. Liu Bang laughed wildly. Immediately, he waved the army and marched quickly to the next pass. In front of Black Forest Pass lay countless corpses, more than 70% of which were the remains of cultivators from the Buddhist League and Tao League. Chapter 11:11. Like a pack of wolves and tigers, Great Wu's army marched straight into the hinterland of Yuxiong Plain like a hot knife through butter. After Black Forest Pass, Great Wu's army broke through the three natural strongholds, White Tiger Ridge, Green Dragon Pass, and Vermilion Bird Peak. Along the way, they broke through hundreds of military towns, large and small, and finally passed through the mountains on the southern edge of Yuxiong Plain and entered the boundless Yuxiong Plain. Great Wu's army immediately divided itself into thousands of troops, marching in all directions, destroying cities and villages along the way, and slaughtering anyone who dared to stand in their way. The immortals and Buddhist cultivators who came with the army were especially shocked. They had never seen a place where the sand was made of gold and jade, and the grass was made of 10,000-year-old ginseng. They led the army and plundered everywhere like a madman, leaving no grass alive wherever they went. But Great Wu's division of the army also caused their losses to soar many times. Of the thousands of armies, only 10 were led by Tao-breaking experts, and when the other armies encountered the revered elders of the secret palace sent by Yu, they would suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, the revered elders of the secret palace sent by Yu only killed immortals and Buddhist cultivators, and never touched the soldiers of the human race. So, although the army was severely depleted, they could still march toward Liangzhu. After entering Yuxiong Plain, on average, hundreds of thousands of immortals and Buddhist cultivators died every day. In the face of the revered elders awakened by the secret palace of Yu, all gold immortals and bodhisattvas below the realm of Tao reasoning were vulnerable, not to mention those heaven immortals, arhats, and cultivators who had not yet ascended to the immortal realm. A revered elder of the secret palace could kill all the disciples of the Buddhist League and Tao League in an army like slaughtering a chicken. All day long, countless bright Yuan Ling could be seen flying into the sky with long tails and being sucked into the investiture of the deities. In the imperial palace of Liangzhu, Emperor Haozuan sat in the Great Hall, with countless Yu civil and military officials standing solemnly on either side of him, quietly watching a light screen hovering in the center of the hall. In the light and shadow, 12 supreme oracles, who had just been awakened from the secret palace's temple of revered elders, were slaughtering without restraint. 12 pitch-black supreme towers were hovering in midair, emitting a dazzling black light like little suns. Countless ghosts and deities could be vaguely seen amidst the black light. Wherever these hideous ghosts and deities passed by, the human soldiers fainted and fell to the ground, while the disciples of the Buddhist League and Taoist League who soared into the sky to fight back were all reduced to pus and blood. Great Wu's army consisted of more than 1 million immortals and Buddhist cultivators from 36 Tao sects and 42 Buddhist sects from outer heavenly realms. The sect masters and elders of the various sects were all golden immortals, and there were nearly 10,000 of them. However, although these 12 revered elders only had less than half a year left to live, their cultivation bases were all at the Tao-breaking realm. 4 10,000 gold immortals, To fight back against the attack of 12 supreme oracles was like 10,000 mortals trying to fight a peak-level gold immortal. Standing on the top of the supreme towers, the 12 oracles just smiled sinisterly as they looked down. The evil ghosts and deities they had summoned had surrounded the entire camp of the army. And no matter how hard the immortals and Buddhist cultivators tried to break through, they could not break through. In just 2 hours, the disciples of the 36 Taoist sects and the 42 Buddhist sects, who had formed the formation to protect themselves, were all killed or wounded. From the gold immortals with the highest cultivation base to the ordinary disciples who had just formed their gold cores, everyone was reduced to a pool of blood. Millions of Yuan Ling flew up into the sky and went straight toward the Daluotian army with shrill howls. Emperor Haozuan suddenly laughed. "That's cruel." Standing next to Emperor Haozuan, King Yangshan shook his head and said with a sigh, "How cruel. In any case, these immortals, bodhisattvas, and arhats, although they're only their outer disciples, they are, after all, their juniors. How could they be so cruel?" Gao, standing at the front of the crowd of courtiers in the Great Hall, sneered and said, "I wonder if they have gathered enough people for the investiture of deities." The investiture of deities in the 3 realms is based on the heavenly Tao, so the number of deities is enormous. Mountains have mountain gods, rivers have water gods, villages have land gods, and cities have city gods. Not to mention how many mountains and rivers there are on Pang continent. Just the first-grade province of the Yu alone has 100 counties, 10,000 cities, hundreds of thousands of towns, and more than 1 million villages. Emperor Haozuan counted on his fingers how many first-grade provinces there were in Great Yu, and how each of them had 300 provinces under their rule. If that was the case, it would take an astronomical number of gods to confer the title of divinity within Great Yu's territory. All the courtiers of the Yu in the Great Hall laughed sinisterly, as if they were having convulsions. They had roughly calculated the number. If they wanted to assign a city god to all the cities into Yu and a land god to all the towns and villages, not to mention the nether soldiers and laborers under these city gods and land gods, the number of people should be enough to drive the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs crazy. According to the calculation of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, Yu had a complete bureaucratic system, and when the war broke out, all the courtiers of Yu would be conferred deities. The prefectural magistrate was the city god of a province. The prefectural governor was the city god of a county. The city lord, the town mayor, and the village chief were the city god and the land god of the area, and the officials under their command were the Yin soldiers and bailiffs under their command. What a wonderful thing it was. But outside Empress Hua's palace, the Huahuang clan had suddenly awakened the chaos fiend venomous insect, who should have perished, and he had even reincarnated as Xianxia, one of the 24 founding emperors of the Yu. He had also seized the soul-scattering bow and seriously wounded purple-browed Daozu. In desperation, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs could only swear not to put the human race into the list of investiture of the gods and confer them as gods. Such a huge number of deities had to be filled by the disciples of the Buddhist League and the Tao League. Even though they had killed the elites of the Ghost Realm, the Fiend Realm, the Demon Realm, and the Spirit Realm, there was still a gap. Therefore, the gap could only be filled by their own disciples. Naturally, Yu was happy to be the executioner and kill mercilessly. The practical reason was obvious. When Great Wu invaded Yu, in the face of a war of annihilation, and when the essence of Yu's power was still intact, Great Wu should have joined forces and gone straight to Liangzhu to kill the higher-ups of Yu. But as soon as Great Wu entered Yuxiong Plain, they immediately divided their forces into more than 1,000 armies that did not cooperate with each other. This was to make it easier for Yu to kill at will. They are too cruel. The courtiers in the Great Hall laughed in unison and criticized the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs for their ruthlessness. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs had always claimed that once a person entered the list of investiture of the gods, he would be conferred a deity of the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao existed, the gods would not perish. But the Huahuang clan had long issued an edict to explain the mystery to the higher-ups of the Yu. As long as the heavenly Tao was not in chaos, the deity thrones would exist forever. If the heavenly Tao was in chaos, the deity thrones would be the first to bear the brunt. If the apocalypse of heaven and earth came again, these conferred deities would be shields. They could withstand it, but they would have to take some risks. But if they could not withstand it, the heavenly Tao would be in chaos, and they would immediately be crushed into powder, losing even the chance to be reincarnated. The light screen continued to change, and soon, 2 more armies of Great Wu were slaughtered mercilessly by revered elders of the Yu. Except for Great Wu's human soldiers, the cultivators of the Tao League and the Buddhist League in the army were all killed, and all their magical artifacts were looted by revered elders of the Yu. These flying swords and magical artifacts were also the best materials for crafting the Yu's armaments if they were melted and smelted again. The Yu would never waste any war resources, especially at the critical moment when the war of deification was about to come to an end. Every resource must be carefully collected. Looking at the flickering light screen, Emperor Haozuan suddenly breathed a deep sigh and said, "Is everything ready?" King Xianxia sighed heavily as well. He put his hands in his sleeves and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry to the ancestors, but everything is ready. All the books, artifacts, buildings, and even the bricks and tiles of the secret palace have been moved." The other kings of the council also stepped forward and told him about the tasks they were responsible for. Everything that could be moved across Yuxiong Plain, including the flowers, plants, and trees in the royal gardens, had been moved. The historic buildings in Liangzhu had also been packed up and sent to the human realm beyond heaven. Now, the great hall in which they were standing was the only intact building in the city. Emperor Haozuan did not speak for a long time. After a long silence, he said with a wry smile, "Just follow the orders of Her Majesty, the sacred emperors and the sacred emperors. Search carefully again. Take everything that can be taken away, even if you have to dig 100 miles underground. Take away all the prefecture overseers, county governors, city lords, and all the officials of the Dayu clan, as well as their clansmen." Gritting his teeth, Emperor Haozuan said gloomily, "Even if I have to give up this world, I'll let them taste the embarrassment of having no one to use. I'd like to see how much resources Great Wu has to manage the entire human race." After pondering for a moment, Emperor Haozuan stamped his foot and said with a cold grin, "Everything had been arranged underground?" The courtiers nodded at the same time, their faces filled with gloomy, killing intent as they reported in unison that everything had been arranged. 3 months later, Great Wu's army, which had gone through hardships and suffered heavy casualties, broke into Liangzhu. Emperor Haozuan, the current emperor of the Yu, all the courtiers of the Yu, and even the lowly servants in the villages and towns had disappeared without a trace. The whole of the Yu had fallen into a situation where there was no one to govern it. Also gone were the countless treasures that the Yu had accumulated over the generations. In the vast Yuxiong Plain, everything that could be looted was taken away, except for the mountains and rivers. In the words of the exasperated Liu Bang, Yuxiong Plain had become cleaner than a rice bowl that had been licked by 1,000 dogs. The higher-ups of the Yu moved all the civil and military officials, all the well-trained soldiers, and a large number of people to the human realm beyond heaven. After that, the Huahuang clan and the many Dao fusing saints of the Saint Alliance issued an edict at the same time. From today on, the human realm beyond heaven was completely sealed off, and anyone who dared to invade would be killed by the Huahuang clan and the others. Like a game, Great Yu, which had ruled Panga continent for countless generations, disappeared overnight. A yellow dragon flag was erected listlessly on the ground where Great Yu used to be, which had been almost plundered to the ground. Standing under the flag was Liu Bang, who was looking at the empty Liangzhu and cursing angrily. Not even copper coin was left. "You are too good at looting." Chapter 11:12. Liangzhu City was as clean as a mirror. Right in the middle of it all was a flagpole that was over 1,000 feet tall, standing upright and full of vigor. A yellow dragon flag was fluttering listlessly on top of the flagpole. Clad in a nine-dragon robe, Liu Bang stood under the flagpole, looking around blankly. Clean, very clean, just like how Liu Bang described a rice bowl that had been licked by 1,000 fierce dogs. Liangzhu City was so clean that not even a grain of sand could be found, not even a blade of grass could be found. The city walls were gone, the buildings were gone, the gardens were gone, and the pots, bowls, ladles, and bowls were all gone. Even the riverbeds of the few rivers that flowed by the city had been dug hundreds of miles deep, and all the precious pearls and jades in the rivers had been dug out. Originally, there were many mountains around Liangzhu, and there were many mines in these mountains with all kinds of rare minerals. Countless rare trees grew in these mines, and for cultivators, a bowl of sap from these rare trees could be used to concoct supreme-grade spirit pills. Under these trees, countless spirit herbs grew naturally. The whole Yuxiong Plain was a great treasure vault. But now, with Liangzhu as the center, except for some mountains and rivers in the south, all the mountains in the east, north, and west have been uprooted and taken away by someone with a mighty divine ability. Of course, none of the mineral veins in the mountains were left, and even the earth veins under the mountains were dug hundreds of miles deep. The soil, which was rich in natural energy and had been purified by the sun and the moon for countless years, had become the best spirit soil, had all been dug away. The whole Yuxiong Plain had sunk 100 miles deep. Except for Liangzhu, which still maintained its original height. The whole Yuxiong Plain had sunk 100 miles deep. Although the soil 100 miles deep was nourished by natural energy, as it had never been illuminated by the sun, the moon, and the stars, it contained a trace of cold energy from the depths of the earth. Therefore, no matter what was planted in it, it would not yield a good harvest within 1,000 years. With his hands clasped behind his back, Liu Bang stood under the flagpole and sighed with great emotion. This method of scraping the land. Back then, I had reincarnated countless times in the mortal world and established hundreds of dynasties. There were also those who were good at scraping the land and plundering the wealth of the people. But scraping 3 feet of the land was the limit. Scraping the ground for 100 miles, is there still any justice in this? Foaming at the corners of his mouth, Liu Bang threw his head back and roared in the direction of human realm beyond heaven. Why don't you take Pangu continent with you too? The sky was cold and silent. No one responded to Liu Bang. The Huahuang clan had already made it clear that the realm beyond Avalon was completely sealed off. If anyone dared to cause trouble, the Huahuang clan would use thunderous methods to annihilate their entire clan. Even if Liu Bang had 10 times the guts of a dog, he would not dare to cause trouble in the realm beyond Avalon. Liu Bang really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was completely against the rules. When a new dynasty was established in the mortal world, the treasury of the old dynasty would definitely be taken over by the new dynasty. Most of the officials of the old dynasty would be reactivated by the new dynasty, and the soldiers of the old dynasty would be incorporated into the new army to continue serving the dynasty. Even the concubines and concubines of the old dynasty, if they were devastatingly beautiful, would be enjoyed by the nobles of the new dynasty. Damn it, when have I ever seen such a shameless person? Liu Bang stamped his feet in anger. Well, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs have gone mad and insisted on carrying out the plan of investiture of gods. Now that you can't stop the great plan of the Buddhist patriarchs and the Daozu, you're just going to run away? Since you've given up the throne of the human emperor, why did you take those worldly possessions with you? Not a single copper coin was left for him, not a single scroll was left, not even a single useful civil or military official was left for him. Damn it! How big is Great Yu's territory? How many provinces, how many counties, and how many people do you have? How many taxes do you levy every year? How many taxes can you collect? How many soldiers can you feed? You should at least leave some information about the state affairs and people's livelihood. Clean, clean, clean. Liu Bang spat out saliva and stomped his feet as he roared. Shameless. Really shameless. Did they just leave like that? They took everything they could and left me with this mess. Standing beside Liu Bang, Zhang Liang, Han Xen, Xiao He, and Fan Kuai did not say a word. They too rolled their eyes and looked in the direction of the human realm beyond heaven. It was a little outrageous. They had been following Liu Bang for many years, and they had seen countless changes of dynasties in the mortal world. But it was the first time they had seen a dynasty that had scraped the ground hundreds of miles deep, leaving not even a patch of grass behind. In the past, when there was a change of dynasties, they could always make a fortune, but now they would have to fork out their own money to subsidize the people's livelihood. Zhang Liang and the others exchanged a glance and sighed deeply at the same time. At the thought of what they were going to do next, they felt their heads were swelling, as if their heads were about to explode. They had to quickly survey the territory of the Yu, redraw the administrative regions of the Yu, appoint officials of provinces, counties, cities, and villages, and deploy soldiers to various military locations in the Yu. They had to quickly consolidate power. But when he thought of the policies the Yu had formulated over the years, Zhang Liang wished he could imitate Liu Bang and curse at the sky. In the Yu, except for the sons of the aristocratic clans, who could receive all kinds of education, the common people could not even write. They could only obey the guidance of officials and oracles, sowing, harvesting, weaving, or breeding livestock according to the four seasons. Now that Emperor Haozuan had fled to the human realm beyond heaven with all the sons of the aristocratic clans in the Yu, it was hard to find anyone who could read in the vast land of the Yu. How could one teach them how to govern a place when they could not even read? They simply did not have the ability. Buddhism leagues supported the Shizo dynasty, and Dao leagues supported the Ling dynasty, so the two great states had enough backup bureaucrats. But during the war between the two states, most of the officials and generals were killed or wounded, and when Liu Bang rose to power, he only relied on Great Wu's few officials. But how little did Great Wu have? Originally, Great Wu was a small kingdom in outer heavenly realms, but Wuxia had used some means to accelerate its growth. The officials of Great Wu were more than enough to govern 3 to 5 provinces the size of the Yu. But there are more than 10,000 first-grade provinces in the Yu alone, and there are more than 1 million in the other provinces. How many officials were needed? Zhang Liang was the #1 man in administration and logistics at Liu Bang's side. But when he thought of the mess he had taken over, he had the urge to slit his own throat and commit suicide. According to his calculation, it would take Great Wu 3 to 500 years to cultivate enough bureaucrats to take over the whole Yu with its national strength alone. A change of dynasty would take 3 to 500 years to cultivate the most basic bureaucratic system. At the thought of this, Zhang Liang felt his throat was filled with the taste of blood. He had seen bullies, but he had never seen anyone like the Yu. A gust of wind blew past the crowd. Liu Bang threw his head back and sighed for a while. Suddenly, his eyes became extremely steady and determined. He threw his head back and laughed. What a blessing from heaven. Great Wu has really replaced Great Yu. The road ahead is full of hardships and twists, but as long as we are of one mind, we will surely make the country rich and the people strong, and let all the people live in peace. Liu Bang applauded and cried out, "Come on, today is a joyous day. Prepare a banquet quickly, and I'll celebrate with all the immortals." A few large leaves were rolled up by the gust of wind and slapped hard on Liu Bang. The leaves were shriveled and yellow, and there was no energy left in them. Presumably, that was why they were left on Yuxiong Plain. The leaves shattered as soon as they touched Liu Bang, turning into many tiny leaves that drifted away in the wind. The crowd was speechless. They stared blankly at the drifting leaves, unable to say a word. How lonely the scene was. Coupled with the city of Liangzhu, which was as clean as a mirror, it did not look like the capital of a country that had just changed dynasties, but a gathering place for countless beggars. Reverend Zhua smacked his lips, waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and said with a dry smile, "Let's stop the banquet for the time being. Ha ha, we can drink wine and celebrate under the sky. Ha ha, I'm weak, and I can't stand the cold. I'd better find a place to shelter from the wind and rain." Shaking his head, Reverend Zhuo brought the disciples of Underhand sect and countless immortals and itinerant cultivators who had pledged allegiance to him and flew straight south. Because Great Wu's army had attacked from there were still some mountains and rivers left on the south side of Liangzhu, and some mansions could still be built there. After Reverend Zhuo left, he shook his bald head with a smile and said in a strange voice, "Ox-nosed man is always putting on an act. I'm a boorish man. Your Majesty, I'll be frank with you. Your capital is in such a dilapidated state, and you don't even have a house, and you still want to celebrate a joyous day? What is there to celebrate? What is there to celebrate? What is there to celebrate? To celebrate that you've got this piece of land that looks like a dilapidated kiln?" Shaking his head, Reverend he heaved a long sigh and said, "Damn it, I don't have the appetite to eat wind and drink dew here. My children, follow me to the south and seize a few good mountains and rivers to build your sect. Don't let that ox-nosed man monopolize them." Behind Venerable the Buddhist cultivators of the Chan Monastery of Great Naga, the immortals and independent cultivators who had pledged allegiance to him, as well as the many demons and monsters he had recruited, let out a great roar at the same time. They all rose up with golden, auspicious clouds and demonic winds, rolling off toward the south. Liu Bang was so infuriated by Reverend and Reverend Zhuo that he almost vomited blood. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the clean Liangzhu around him, his hands twitching like chicken claws. He looked like he could not wait to draw his blade and kill someone. On the other hand, the revered Buddha of the Buddhist League and the sect masters of the Tao League who had accompanied the army all the way here sat cross-legged on their lotus thrones in clouds, looking down at their faces as if they had not heard Reverend Zhuo and Reverend Yi's complaints. They were also very dissatisfied with the way Liu Bang had been handled. "Prepare a feast to celebrate? You, Liu Bang, are shameless enough to celebrate your victory in this godforsaken place. But these peak experts of Buddhism and Taoism are shameless enough to accompany you in your madness." Reverend he was right. This place is like a dilapidated kiln. Yet Liu Bang is bold enough to invite these lofty, revered Buddha of the Buddhist League and sect masters to eat and drink in a place like this? Do you think you're sending off beggars? If it were not for the fact that Daozu had chosen Liu Bang as the human emperor, these revered Buddha of the Buddhist League and sect masters would have humiliated him a long time ago. Liu Bang glanced gloomily at the revered Buddha of the Buddhist League and sect masters who did not respond to his suggestion at all. He lowered his head helplessly. "Set up camp. We'll start rebuilding Liangzhu tomorrow, and then choose an auspicious day to offer sacrifices to the heavens and our ancestors to celebrate us replacing to you." Chapter 11:13. The High Cliff of Liangzhu. Today, Liangzhu could only be named as High Cliff. The vast Yuxiong Plain had been scraped 100 miles into the ground, but the original site of Liangzhu, which was about 1,000 miles in circumference, was still standing. Surrounded by a 100-mile abyss, Liangzhu stood alone. What else could it be if not a high cliff? On the eastern edge of the cliff was a row of neatly erected reed huts in Chi-Chi. Many sect masters of the Tao League were sitting cross-legged on cloud platforms, their heads glowing with auspicious clouds. Lotuses of various colors could be seen drifting in the clouds, and specks of golden light dripped down along the edges of the clouds like pearls and pearls. At Daozu's order, these sect masters of the Tao League had come to help Liu Bang. In addition to themselves, they had also brought many of their disciples with them. A group of immortals had gathered under the reed huts, all silent and meditating on the cloud platforms. The higher-ups of Diyu had fled, and Liu Bang had replaced them. But Liu Bang had not really unified Diyu yet. Now, apart from Liangzhu, which had fallen into Liu Bang's hands, the whole Panga continent was in a state of anarchy, and there were all kinds of troubles. And all of these troubles required the support of the Tao League's immortals for Liu Bang. So these immortals sat quietly under the reed huts, feasting on the wind and drinking dew. In the distance, the lights were brightly lit. Liu Bang's army was slaughtering cattle and sheep to celebrate their victory. The aroma of wine and meat wafted into the air, making the immortals frown and shake their heads. On the western edge of Liangzhu's high cliff were a row of reed huts as well, neatly arranged. The world venerables of the Buddhist League were sitting cross-legged on lotus platforms with their disciples under the reed huts. One of them was reciting mantras and explaining the wonders of the Buddhist League. At the same time, all the world venerables of the Buddhist League emitted auspicious lights from the top of their heads. Images of flying apsaras, heavenly dragons, rocks, and vajras shone in the void, fighting against the auspicious clouds emitted by the Tao League's immortals hundreds of miles to the east. Apart from the core disciples of the Buddhist League and Taoist League in the east and west camps, there were not many immortals and Buddhist cultivators left in Liu Bang's army. Along the way, from the southern region to Liangzhu, Liu Bang split up his army and killed almost all the cultivators in the army under the instruction of the leaders of the Buddhist and Taoist sections. Even some primordial immortals and Buddhas from a few powerful immortal sects were killed by Dayu's revered elders from the secret palace. These Tao reasoning realm existences were also extremely talented people. They cultivated arduously as mortals, and it wasn't easy for them to reach their current cultivation level. They even established a great foundation. Unfortunately, they were not the direct disciples of Buddhism or Taoism, nor were they the direct disciples of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs. Therefore, they could only be cannon fodder in this battle. After all, there were too many people in the 3 realms who lacked divine positions. Many of the high-grade divine positions could only be filled by Tao reasoning primordial immortals and Buddhas, and they were sent to the investiture of the gods to fill those divine positions. The almighty experts of the Buddhist and Taoist sects in the east and west were sitting quietly, while Liu Bang's army was feasting and celebrating the victory. In a corner of Liu Bang's camp, some lucky survivors of the fierce battle were weeping and chanting sutras to expiate the souls of their elders. The elders of these cultivators from small immortal sects in outer heavenly realms were all killed by the revered elders from Dayu's secret palace, and they were the only ones who managed to escape. But their cultivation bases were low, and their aptitudes were extremely poor, so the almighty experts of the Buddhist League and Taoist League did not think highly of them. As Liu Bang was planning how to burn the bridge after crossing it, how could he care less about their lives? Tens of thousands of young cultivators who had survived secretly gathered in the corners of the camp, burning a few incense sticks, burning a few pieces of paper money, and singing a few lines of sutras for the souls of their elders who had died in the battle. This was also a way to show their sincerity. Everyone thought that it was a great victory for Dayu to abandon Liangzhu. Since then, the human race had truly fallen into the hands of Tao League and Buddhist League. Once the countless Yuan Ling in the investiture of the gods were conferred with their divine positions and filled up the vacancies in the heavenly Tao, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs will be able to interfere with the heavenly Tao of Pangu world with the power of the divine positions in the 3 realms, turning from existences who followed the heavenly Tao into real almighty experts who could forcibly interfere with or even change the heavenly Tao. They could also forcibly extract the fortune of a human race, change the world, and truly take control of Pangu world. If they succeeded, the Huahuang clan and the Holy Alliance would no longer be in their eyes. Even Pangu, who had been hiding for a long time, was the one who created Pangu world, and the heavenly Tao was determined by his will. However, the heavenly Tao was like a huge chessboard, and the divine positions of the heavenly Tao were the chess pieces on the chessboard. When all the chess pieces were in the hands of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, how the game of chess should be played would be according to their will. The power of fortune of the great Tao of heaven was mysterious. Didn't all the arrangements of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs aim to completely control everything? Du was forced to abandon his foundation and flee. Although he had left a huge trouble for Liu Bang, in the eyes of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, as long as Liu Bang inherited the Yu's foundation and became the human emperor, all the troubles would no longer be important. Therefore, while Liu Bang was celebrating the victory in Liangzhu, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs were also drinking and chatting merrily in the Daoyuan palace. They drank and celebrated excitedly, and at the same time fiercely argued about the ownership of their priesthood when they were conferred as deities. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs strongly demanded that the 9 Daozu fulfill their original promise. The netherworld should be completely controlled by the Buddhist League, and, at the same time, they were free to preach in Panga world, and their disciples could even enter the officialdom and become herdsmen. But the 9 Daozu told the 7 Buddhist patriarchs in a righteous tone that after the first covenant was signed, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had shamelessly betrayed it, supported the Shizo dynasty and the Ling dynasty supported by the Tao League, and caused great losses to the Tao League. Therefore, the conditions that the 9 Daozu had promised them had to be lowered. The disciples of the Buddhist League could only preach in outer heavenly realms, and Panga continent could not interfere. Most importantly, at least 2 of the disciples of the Tao League had to be conferred as the great emperors of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the netherworld. And they would be the lords of the human Tao and heavenly Tao, the most important in the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could the Buddhist patriarchs tolerate such conditions put forward by the Daozu? Although they had indeed betrayed the alliance, as the saying goes, every man for himself, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with betraying the alliance. On the contrary, it was their betrayal that led to the appearance of the Huang clan, a terrible woman who had been eyeing the Buddhist League and Tao League from behind the scenes. Therefore, not only were they not at fault, but they had also made great contributions. At least, if it had not been for the cooperation of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs outside Empress Hua Palace, even in the face of the threat of the World Breaker, would the Huang clan have allowed the conferment of deities to continue? If it had not been for the cooperation of the Huang clan, how could the higher-ups of the Yu have abandoned their great foundation and fled? With such a great contribution, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs believed that not only would the netherworld be completely managed by the Buddhist League, but also the new dynasty established by Liu Bang in the future. No matter what the name of the new dynasty was, in short, the Buddhist League would have a certain share of the benefits in this new human dynasty. For example, the Buddhist League should have at least 40 to 50% of the prefecture overseers. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs were bargaining in the palace of Tao origin, happily dividing up the benefits of Panga continent. They were not in the mood to pay attention to the trivial matters in the outside world. Liu Bang had occupied Liangzhu, and Emperor Haozuan had fled with the higher-ups of the Yu. What else was worth their attention? Liu Bang was wild with joy. The disciples of the Buddhist League and Tao League in Liangzhu were indifferent, and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs were busy dividing up the benefits. No one noticed the changes that were happening in the depths of the spirit cave below. In the boundless spirit cave, 360 dark supreme towers were hovering motionlessly amidst a violently tumbling vortex of energy. These supreme towers formed a huge sphere and a huge flag, which was golden in color and constantly spewed out large amounts of yellow light and auspicious air. There were also countless yellow lotus flowers gushing out, covering these supreme towers, completely isolating the aura of the supreme towers. The flag was one of the supreme treasures of Primal that the Huang clan carried with her, the earth-penetrating spirit flag. It was best at controlling the energy veins in the earth and manipulating the power of the earth for her own use. The sky-veiling flag of chaos in Wuxia's hand was much stronger than the earth-penetrating spirit flag, but when it came to concealing aura and isolating the eyes and ears of outsiders, it was no match for the earth-penetrating spirit flag. In the center of the sphere formed by the 360 supreme towers, a fiend fetus of the earth poisonous flame was growing rapidly. This fiend fetus was between a living creature and a non-living creature. With a mystic art, the oracles of the thousand spirit palace of Dayu had fused the reproductive cells of some fiends into the energy veins in the earth's core, allowing it to absorb the endless poisonous flame and develop into an embryo. Once it matured, it had the power to destroy everything in the world. In the sphere formed by the supreme towers, the speed of time was nearly 100 million times faster. The fiend fetus, which should have taken tens of thousands of years to mature, was about to break out of its shell in just one day. The moment it did, all the supreme towers disintegrated at the same time, and countless thunderbolts from the earth veins secretly concocted by the Directorate of Celestials of the U shot out and smashed straight into the fiend fetus. A deafening boom rang out as the earth-shaking flag vanished in a thin air, while the fiend fetus, which was about to break out of its shell, was blown to pieces. Boundless fiend flame and resentment towered into the sky, rushing upward along the energy passages that had been laid out in advance on the cliff of Liangzhu. The cliff of Liangzhu, which stood 100 miles high, was densely covered with 108 layers of formations of the fiend's slaying sword formation. The fiend flame had smashed the formations along the way, but every time it passed through a formation, a part of the flame would be transformed into terrible sword energy. Wrapped in the sword energy, the fiend flame rushed up layer by layer, and when it reached the ground, all the flame was transformed into an invincible sword energy. Suddenly, millions of dazzling light spots burst out of the ground, and a vast amount of sword energy shot out of them. The sword energy soared straight into the sky, wrapping the entire cliff of Liangzhu tightly. Ignoring the generals and soldiers of the human race who were celebrating wildly, the sword energy went straight toward the cultivators of the Buddhist League and the Tao League on the cliff of Liangzhu. The world exalt of the Buddhist League, who was preaching the profound truths of the Buddhist League, bore the brunt of the attack. A dragon-shaped sword energy whistled through his body. The world exalt was stunned for a brief moment, and then 18 golden heads the size of water tanks were cut off from his golden body. Purple and gold blood sprayed all over the sky. This was only the first drop of blood tonight. Soon, a large cloud of blood mist enveloped the entire cliff of Liangzhu. With the fate of the Yu as the sacrifice, the self-sacrifice of 36,000 revered elders of the secret palace, the enormous power of the earth veins gathered in Yuxiong Plain, and the 108 layers of sword formations personally crafted by the Huang clan, the power unleashed was enough to kill all existences below the realm of Tao fusing saints. The blood mist enveloped the surroundings, and even the moon in the sky had turned a strange blood color. Chapter 11:14. Liu Bang stood blankly in the center of the camp, staring in panic at the sword energies that filled the sky. He was surrounded by a large number of elite generals and civil ministers, and all of them were staring blankly up at the sky like toads that had been struck by lightning. No one could react at all. A plume of purple smoke wheeled over Liu Bang's head, in which 9 giant dragons were wheeling and letting out deep roars as they protected the area 100 miles around Liu Bang. As soon as the sword energies touched the mighty pressure emanating from the dragons, they immediately retreated and turned around to slash into the distance. Apart from the area 100 miles around Liu Bang, which was absolutely safe, miserable howls of despair could be heard coming from every corner of the camp. The human soldiers were safe, but the immortal cultivators and Buddhist cultivators whom Liu Bang had recruited and only pledged allegiance to him were slaughtered. How could these itinerant cultivators, most of whom were only heaven immortals, resist the terrible sword energies that could cut even Tao-breaking experts in half with a single slash? Wherever the sword energies passed, all the cultivators were cut to pieces. Streams of Yuan Ling shot up into the sky and were sucked into the investiture of the gods. Under the tents on the east and west sides of the camp, the world exalts and sect leaders all unleashed their supreme treasures of primal and horror, hoping that these powerful treasures could save their lives. But these treasures, which were usually invincible and indestructible, seem to be greatly suppressed today. Their light had dimmed and were trembling, and they could not play any role at all. All the world exalts and sect leaders could only rely on their cultivation base to resist the incoming sword energies. But the endless sword energies contained the terrible heat of the poisonous flame in the Earth's core, an irresistible pressure, and a suffocating aura of the law of heavenly Tao. It was as if the whole world was stirring and trying to kill them. What they were facing was not ordinary sword energies, but a terrible attack that was similar to the wrath of the heavens. The laws of the great Tao in this part of the void had been twisted by someone with a mighty divine ability. The laws of the great Tao over Yuxiong Plain were filled with a fierce killing intent, and all the power of the great Tao had been transformed into an aura of slaughter, an aura that could kill all cultivators. Unless Liu Bang possessed the aura of the human emperor, and unless he practiced the orthodox cultivation technique of the human race, any other cultivator who dared to approach Yuxiong Plain tonight would be killed by the peerless sword energies. A few miserable howls rang out as the immortal energies around the few world venerables and sect masters were sliced apart by the sword energy layer by layer. Their attainments of Tao were wiped clean, and not long after that, their golden Dharma bodies were shattered. Even their immortal souls and relics were crushed by the sword energy. Only their prime, original spirit floated up with the wind and was sucked into the investiture of deities from a distance away. In just a quarter of an hour, all the immortals and Buddhas on the high cliff in Liangzhu were killed, and so were the immortals and Buddhas whom Liu Bang had painstakingly recruited to be loyal to him. But the whistling sword energies did not stop there. Countless sword energies converged into a terrible sword beam that was 100 miles wide and tens of thousands of miles long, shooting straight toward the south of Liangzhu with a murderous aura. Dei Supremacy and Lord Xianxia had just found a few good cave abodes in the surviving mountains in the south of Liangzhu, and had just settled down their disciples and the immortals and Buddhas who had pledged allegiance to them. They had been sitting in the cave, glancing at each other and provoking each other. Abruptly, through their spirit powers, they sensed the earth-shaking change happening in the sky above Liangzhu City. They quivered in fright and immediately leaped up from the ground. They knew that this was an ambush set up by the Wuxia clan, but now that they were in Yuxiong Plain, the deadly sword formation would drag them all into it. Not daring to be careless, they hurriedly called for all their disciples to gather around them. A beam of light shot out from the center of Lord Xianxia's brows, sucking the disciples of the underhand sect and some of the immortals who had pledged allegiance to him into his interstitial world. After that, he transformed into a beam of light and fled toward the south. Dei Supremacy did the same. Lotus flowers bloomed in his hands, and the 3,000 Buddhist kingdoms he had condensed were all opened up. He hurriedly shoved the disciples of the Chan Monastery of Great Naga and some of the immortals and Buddhas who had pledged allegiance to him into the Buddhist kingdoms, then hurriedly transformed into a gust of fragrant wind and fled. The two of them had only fled less than 100,000 miles when a startling sword beam came whistling over from behind. The countless immortals and Buddhas they had left behind in the mountains in time suffered a great disaster at the same time. Countless immortals and Buddhas were struck by the sudden explosion of sword energy, and all of their immortal bodies and golden bodies were shattered. Their immortal souls and relics disintegrated at the same time, leaving countless Yuan Ling howling as they were sucked into the investiture of the gods. The sword rainbow converged again and chased after heavenly venerable Dai and esteemed monk Xianxia. They dared not to be careless any longer. The sword beam had the terrible power to kill their golden bodies. They no longer bothered to hide their strength and unleashed the power of the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. Lord Xianxia unleashed the Grand Pure One's star pedestal tower. Countless starlight swirled around him, and with the power of the stars and the universe, he had left Yuxiong plain in the blink of an eye. Dei's supremacy threw his head back and uttered the name of Buddha. A wisp of white light shot out from the center of his brows, in which the scene of Mount Gurdrakuta appeared. With a sway of his body, he broke through the void and came to the front of Mount Gurdrakuta. His speed of escape was more than 100 times faster than Reverend Shojua's. Even an ordinary revered one could not achieve the ability to teleport from Panga continent to Mount Gurdrakuta, which was located in the outer heavenly realm. Only the almighty experts of Tao fusing realm had such a divine ability. In Palace of Tao Origin, the faces of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs flushed with anger, and their bodies trembled violently as they watched the tragic deaths of dozens of their sect masters and revered ones. Although Lord Shojua and Dei's supremacy had escaped successfully, they were still so angry that half of the Palace of Tao Origin collapsed in their boundless rage. Unlike those outer sect disciples and successor disciples, the dozens of sect masters and revered ones they had sent to help Liu Bang were the result of their painstaking efforts, their true core disciples. Since the creation of heaven and earth, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had founded the Buddhist League and the Tao League. They had lost countless disciples in countless apocalypses. However, only these disciples, who had the title of World Venerables in Buddhism and the title of Cult Master in Tao League, had survived the apocalypse of heaven and earth time and time again. After spending countless years together, not to mention how much effort they had put in to teach these disciples a lesson, their relationship as master and disciple was different from that of ordinary disciples. No matter how many disciples were killed or injured, they could accept it as long as it was for the apotheosis of gods. But these true core disciples were different. The death of any one of them made the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs feel a heart-wrenching pain. Normally, even if their immortal bodies and souls were destroyed, Yuan Ling would still be alive. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs would spend some of their vital energy to protect them for reincarnation, and they could still return to their sects after years of hard work. But now, the apotheosis of gods was not over yet. All of their Yuan Ling had been sucked into the list of deification, a powerful magical artifact personally crafted by the 9 Daozu. Once Yuan Ling was sucked in, even the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs could not reverse the process. At this time, they missed the Book of Life and Death and the soul hooking brush in Wuxi's hands. If Wuxi messed with them now and sent these killed world venerables and sect masters into samsara so that they could be reincarnated, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs would be very grateful to Wuxi. But in the past, when they didn't want Wuxi to mess with them, he did his best to send Yuan Ling, who was sucked into the list of deification, into samsara. Today, when they needed Wuxi to mess with them and send these accidentally killed people into samsara, he actually went missing. These pitiful world venerables and cult masters were the pillars of Buddhism and Tao sects. If they were conferred with the position of heavenly Tao, their cultivation base would no longer be able to advance. 90% of their divine arts and magic power would not be able to be used. They would be restricted by their positions, and they would no longer be their original selves. They would be imprisoned by the heavenly path deity position for the rest of their lives, and there would be no hope of transcending mortality and entering sainthood. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were so angry that their souls were about to fly out of their 7 orifices. Chi-Chi raised his head and looked in the direction of the realm beyond heavens. They really wanted to rush to the realm beyond heavens and tear the Huahuang clan into pieces. They really wanted to hack the 18 saints of the Holy Alliance into pieces. Although they didn't know what the Huahuang clan and the others had done under Liangzhu, an ambush with a restrictive spell could kill nearly 100 world venerables and sect masters of Buddhism and Taoism. If these Tao-fusing cultivators had not joined forces, how could it have such a terrifying destructive power? The Huahuang clan. Tao Father Violet Brow was so angry that he vomited out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't recovered from his injuries to begin with, and now that his most beloved disciples have been wiped out, the wounds left behind by the Soul Scatter Bao had flared up again. This mouthful of blood caused him to lose a few dozen eons worth of energy. Sitting next to purple-browed Daozu, Daozu hurriedly took out an immortal pill and fed it to purple-browed Daozu. Then, he gently stroked purple-browed Daozu's back and gritted his teeth as he murmured in a low voice, "Don't worry, senior brother. As for this matter, after we are conferred the title of deity, we'll use the deity position to control the power of the heavenly path, and then we'll settle the score with the Huahuang clan and the others." With a wry smile, Daozu drooped his eyelids and sighed in a low voice. If that's the case, well, many of the high-level deity positions are not enough, and now we can fill them up. The 6 celestial emperors of the celestial court, the 3 emperors of the earth realm, the mountain gods of the various tribes, and the 6 netherworld emperors of the netherworld. All of them will have their trusted disciples, and it will save us a lot of trouble in the future. Purple-browed Daozu panted and grunted. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What Junior Brother said is very true, but I can't accept it. We've carefully protected these disciples time and time again, protecting them through countless apocalypses of heaven and earth, and through countless life and death tribulations. Just as we were about to succeed, we were sent to the deity position. The faces of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were twisted. This time, they hated the Huahuang clan to the core. She had gone too far. Flustered and exasperated, purple-browed Daozu said in a ferocious voice, "Why not choose a good day? Today, right now. Confer the title of deity. Confer the title of deity. Quickly choose the deity position, and then..." The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs glowed brightly, and the collapsed Daoyuan palace was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 11:15. The sky above Panga continent was right above Liangzhu. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were fully arrayed, and with all their disciples, they slowly descended from the sky. The chanting of Buddhist and Taoist scriptures resounded through the heaven and earth. Golden light and purple mist illuminated the world, while countless immortals and Buddhas, clad in their most gorgeous outfits, radiated a vast amount of bright light and wielded their most dazzling magical treasures and flying swords as they descended from the sky. Liu Bang and his courtiers greeted the arrival of the top echelons of the 2 sects respectfully. He knew that the grand plan of investiture prepared by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs would come to an end today. But Liu Bang was extremely anxious. What should he do when the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were about to become gods? He had lost contact with Huan Yin again. Huan Yin had been lurking next to his steamed Shouzhua, but last night, the boundless sword beams had killed all the cultivators in Yushiong Plain. Perhaps she had also been accidentally injured by the sword beams. Perhaps he was still recuperating in some remote valley. Without his guidance, Liu Bang did not know what to do for a while. Things had developed too fast. Before Liu Bang had time to use all kinds of calculations and schemes, and before his other 8 doppelgangers could make a move, the Great War of God's Investiture, hosted by the Buddhist League and the Taoist League, had come to an end, with Buddha and Daozu personally coming to Panga continent to preside over the investiture ceremony. No matter how bold Liu Bang was, he would not dare to come out and make trouble at this time. Gritting his teeth, Liu Bang put on a big smile and greeted the descending 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs with great devotion. No matter what, he had at least obtained the title of human emperor, which gave him a high position in the 3 realms. When he had gathered the fortune of the human race and the immeasurable virtues of the human race, he would have a chance to fuse with the Tao, and when that time came, it's a pity that I don't know where the soul fixation pearl is. Liu Bang gnashed his teeth and swore in his heart. He must tear Wuxia into pieces. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs arrived on Panga continent with their disciples. They were in a bad mood, and they did not even bother to talk nonsense. They did not even give Liu Bang a second glance, and they went straight to the investiture of the gods. He couldn't even be bothered to prepare any sacrificial rituals or sacrificial altars. There were 16 Dao integration stage sages here, so what was the point of doing all that? The huge divine sealed decree floated in midair, supported by the dazzling divine sealed decree in a radius of 10,000 miles. With a wave of his hand, Purple Eyebrows Daozu took out the god-striking whip that was specially used for the divine sealed decree. As soon as the whip appeared, the surrounding sky was suddenly plunged into darkness. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky, but they were dim. Countless stars twinkled in the void, but there was no light at all. The sun and the moon were shining high in the sky, and there were billions of stars in the sky, but there was no light at all, except for the flames emitted by the almighty experts of the two sects. The rest of the world was in complete darkness. As soon as the god-striking whip appeared, the laws of heavenly Tao in the void suddenly trembled, and all the living beings in Pangu world felt a throbbing in their hearts. The almighty experts and countless disciples of the two sects praised in unison, praising Daozu and the Buddhist patriarchs for appointing the gods of the heavenly Tao. From then on, the heavenly Tao was completed, and the laws of heavenly Tao were stabilized. From then on, Pangu world would be clear, and billions of living beings could live and work in peace and contentment, without any more disasters. There was a mountain god to protect the production of the forest. There was a land god to make the land fertile. There was a water god to ensure good weather. And there was a city god to judge the grievances of the world. Billions of deities had their own duties, and all the rules of the world, human relationships, and laws were all supervised by the deities. Holding the whip, Purple Eyebrows looked at Liu Bang first. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Liu Bang for a while, then abruptly said in a deep voice, "Liu Bang, the king of Han, disrespected the Tao of Kings. He colluded with spirit creatures from the outer space and attempted to destroy the great Tao of nature. Therefore, he was deprived of the throne of the human emperor." Liu Bang was delighted, but now he was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Purple Eyebrows in both shock and anger. What was this? Burning the bridge after crossing the river? He, Liu Bang, had always been the one to burn bridges and kill meritorious officials. When had he ever been tormented like this? If it were not for the fact that Liu Bang knew that his cultivation was no match for Purple Eyebrows Daozu, he would have killed Purple Eyebrows Daozu. With a single point of the whip, Liu Bang howled miserably. 9 huge streams of dragon energy flew out from the top of his head, turned into 9 huge dragon balls, and fell into Purple Eyebrows Daozu's hands. Purple Eyebrows Daozu said indifferently, "Xianxia, you are the chosen human emperor by the Tao of Heaven. Today, with the help of the human emperor's energy and the infinite fortune of the human race, you will rebuild your fleshly body and soul. You will be the human emperor and rule the human race for all eternity." Staring coldly at Liu Bang, Purple Eyebrows Daozu waved his sleeve, and Liu Bang and his loyal subjects were all swept into the air by a gust of wind. The wind wrapped around Liu Bang and the others and slowly flew up. Before long, they were sent into the Daoyuan Palace of Daoyuan. Layers of restrictive spells densely covered their bodies, imprisoning them firmly in the palace of Daoyuan. Purple Eyebrows Daozu was burning the bridge after crossing the river. Not only did he destroy the bridge, but he also burned the wood to make fertilizer. The human emperor appointed by Taoism was Xianxia, the emperor of the Ling dynasty. Therefore, even though Liu Bang led his people to conquer the Yu's world, Purple Eyebrows Daozu still wanted to confer the title of human emperor on Xianxia. No matter how strong you were, no matter what your character was, as long as Daozu spoke, even if you were son of a bitch, you could sit on the throne of the human emperor. Xianxia's Yuan Ling flew out of the investiture of the gods. Ecstatic, Xianxia knelt and kowtowed to the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, shouting their names in awe and trepidation. Purple Eyebrows Daozu did not waste any time. He slapped the 9 Dragon Balls into Zhang Tungyun's body. Immediately, 9 huge streams of purple and golden dragon energy wheeled wildly over Zhang Tungyun's head. Pangu continent trembled faintly as a vast amount of yellow and black energy gathered from all directions and poured into Zhang Tungyun's body. In just the blink of an eye, under the infusion of the aura of the human emperor and the fortune of the human race, Zhang Tungyun had regathered his fleshly body and immortal soul. He had a crown on his head, a dragon robe on his body, and a pair of shoes on his feet. He stood up proudly, and an immeasurable amount of fate gathered around him. The enormous aura of the Run Huang soared into the sky, and it actually made the clouds of the Buddhist revered ones and the Taoist masters tremble. After Zhang Tungyun regathered his fleshly body and immortal soul and was conferred the title of human emperor, his fleshly body was that of an ordinary human, and there was no more immortal energy in him. But with the enormous aura of the human emperor and the fortune of the human race, the power he exerted with every move was not inferior to that of any of the Buddhist League and the Tao League. The grandeur and majesty of his aura even exceeded that of the supreme experts of the Buddhist League and the Tao League. A loud rumble rang out in the void as a cloud of purple mist wrapped in a jade seal the size of a baby's head fell rapidly. Zhang Tungyun grabbed the seal instinctively. Immediately, the world around him shook violently. The position of the human emperor in the deity throne of the heavenly Tao of the 3 realms had been determined, and the heavenly Tao and heavenly secrets that had been in turmoil suddenly became as clear as water. In Empress Hua's palace, Huang clan and the Saints of the Covenant Alliance were silently exercising their divine abilities to observe the movements on Panga continent. When Zhang Tungyun caught the human emperor's seal condensed by the heavenly Tao, Huang clan and the Saints of the Covenant Alliance shuddered at the same time, and blood trickled down the corners of their mouths. At the beginning of the investiture of the gods, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had used their mighty divine abilities to disturb the heavenly Tao, and later, Wuxia, Huang clan, and the others had joined in as well. Now that the position of the human emperor had been determined, it was as if a huge vortex of the heavenly Tao had suddenly stagnated, and the chaotic vortex quickly became crystal clear. The enormous divine power that the saints had thrown into the heavenly Tao to disturb the heavenly Tao was expelled by the heavenly Tao, and as a result, the Huang clan and the Saints of the Covenant Alliance were slightly injured by the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Incredible! Can they really control the heavenly Tao after they become gods? Great Horn sucked in a cold breath and asked subconsciously. Huang clan pointed a finger at the myriad spirit cauldron, and a plume of smoke rose from its mouth, in which countless beams of colorful light were wheeling slowly. These colorful light streams were the manifestations of the great Tao of nature of Pangu world. Before, the swiftly spinning colorful light streams were like a whirlpool in a deep pool, but now they had calmed down, flowing in the mist in an orderly manner. Amidst the endless beams of light, a huge formation that looked like a pyramid gradually took shape. At the very center of the pyramid-shaped magic formation, a bright spot was shining brightly. It was the light emitted by this speck of light that had calmed the chaotic heavenly Tao and restored the heavenly Tao to normal. Even an ordinary gold immortal could calculate many things as long as he knew a little bit of divination. The heavenly Tao is like a chessboard, and the godhood is like a chess piece. Huang clan frowned and sighed. The investiture of the gods of Buddhism and Tao League is to control the chess piece in their hands. It is true that the chessboard is the foundation of the game, but with the rules set by the chessboard, without the chess pieces moving on the chessboard, everything will be in vain. If one can control the chess pieces, the changes of the game will be under the control of the player. With a sneer, Huang clan sighed and said, "If one controls all the chess pieces, as long as they are obedient, then, no matter what the rules set by the chessboard are, as long as the chess pieces move at will, They will break the rules of the chessboard and set their own rules. They're trying to control the heavenly Tao. Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Huang clan twitched her mouth and sneered. Well, they need to have so many obedient chess pieces first. Smiling coldly, Huang clan narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, Now that the chessboard is in my hands, if their chess pieces can't work together, hee. She sneered meaningfully. Xianxia and Xinnong, the Flame Emperor, laughed out loud at the same time. The Saints of the Holy Alliance also laughed. Amidst the smoke puffed out by the thousand-spirit cauldron, 6 extremely bright light spots suddenly flickered on top of the giant formation. Zime Daozu had already conferred the title of 6 Emperors of the Celestial Court as fast as he could. The 6 Emperors were all Taoist sect masters who had just died in battle last night. Huang clan and the other Dao fusing experts felt the air stagnate around them. Originally, they were like fish in the water that could swim freely, but now, the water seemed to have frozen, and they felt an ominous pressure. It was as if the water had its own will and was repelling them, the fish that had merged with the water. Interesting, Huang clan laughed. Esteemed Xianxia has arrived. The 6 Emperors of the Celestial Court have already decided on how to deal with this matter. Chi looked down. Sure enough, esteemed Xianxia and E-Supremacy had arrived at Liangzhu together, and esteemed Xianxia was chattering nonstop. Chapter 11:16. Reverend Xianxia and Supremacy Dei rushed to the investiture site together. Supremacy Dei squatted obediently among the Buddhist League saints and did not say a word, while Reverend Xianxia shouted in front of the many almighty experts of the Buddhist League and Tao League. In the name of Daozu, the 9 Daozu once promised me the throne of Celestial Emperor. Why are you going back on your word now? Purple Brow Daozu was a little embarrassed by Reverend Xianxia. That day, he had promised Reverend Xianxia the throne of Celestial Emperor, but that was only because he had no other choice. If he had not wanted to use Great Wu's power to carry out the Northern Expedition, how could Reverend Xianxia, who was in charge of Great Wu's politics, get such a great benefit? But now the situation was different. Because the Huang clan had attacked too harshly, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Dao patriarchs were a little angry. Even Liu Bang had become the donkey who was killed when he was no longer of use. So what was Reverend Xianxia? His value was gone. The Tao League did not lack a Taoist who had broken through to the realm of Tao breaking. In particular, the Tao League had lost more than 30 sect masters last night, and their Yuan Ling was still in the list of investiture of the gods. In this situation, Purple-browed Daozu could only confer titles to the disciples who had been lost, and confer the highest and most powerful deity thrones to them. Compared with the trusted disciples of the Daozu, Reverend Xianxia was nothing. The throne of Celestial Emperor would never fall into his hands. But now that Reverend Xianxia had spoken about it in front of so many people, Purple-browed Daozu was put in a difficult position. After pondering for a long time, he said softly, Xianxia, what we said is naturally true. Apart from the 6 Celestial Emperors, you should be the great Celestial Emperor, but Reverend Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said with a cold grin, But what? Purple-browed Taoist flicked his finger a few times on the whip and told Reverend Xianxia about his strategy. Now that the 6 Celestial Emperors had completed the conferment, their Yuan Ling had already merged with the heavenly god position. Even if they wanted to remove him, it would be impossible. However, in order to compensate Lord Xianxia, in addition to the 6 great Celestial Emperors of the Celestial Court, 9 other Daozu jointly issued an edict, declaring Lord Xianxia to be the 7th great Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court. However, as the great Celestial Emperor, esteemed Xianxia could not intervene in the affairs of the Celestial Court. He had the authority to inspect the land and the human realm. If he discovered any abnormalities in the land and the human realm, he had the right to request the 6 great Celestial Emperors of the Celestial Court to mobilize the gods of various departments to deal with them. Of course, This violet extreme inspiration, great celestial emperor, was not an empty promise. The Nine Daozu had promised him that he could build his own government and recruit as many immortal soldiers and immortal officials as he wished. To put it bluntly, esteemed Shou Jue did not have a share in the heavenly god position, but the Nine Daozu jointly guaranteed that his power was no less than that of the celestial emperor. Although he could not intervene in the affairs of the celestial court, he could supervise the affairs of the land and the human realm, which was a great power. In particular, he could recruit immortal soldiers and immortal officials at will, which was a very generous treatment. Esteemed Shou Jue was instantly delighted. He could enjoy the practical benefits of being a celestial emperor without being confined by the heavenly god position. Where else could he find such a good thing? Of course, a few years later, he might also be killed after he had outlived his usefulness. For example, the Nine Daozu thought that he had made too many mistakes when he was Violet Extreme Inspiration Great Celestial Emperor, and that he had let down the heaven and the people, so they wanted to remove him from his position. But at that time, would esteemed Shou Jue still give them the chance to burn the bridge after crossing it? Immediately, esteemed Shou Jue bowed deeply to the Nine Daozu and kept praising them for keeping their promises. The Nine Daozu signed a joint decree on the spot, making it clear that esteemed Shou Jue was the seventh great celestial emperor of the celestial court, but he was not in charge of the affairs of the celestial court. He only had the authority to supervise the land and the human realm. As the Violet Extreme Inspiration Great Celestial Emperor, esteemed Shou Jue had great authority. He could supervise the mountain gods, earth gods, and city gods on Panga continent, as well as the six paths of reincarnation in the netherworld, as well as the words and deeds of the Nether Emperor, and control the operation of the netherworld. Not to mention other authorities. When Violet Extreme Inspiration Great Celestial Emperor mentioned that esteemed Shou Jue could supervise the netherworld, the faces of the seven Buddhist patriarchs turned extremely unsightly at the same time. Buddha Guarding Heart immediately chanted the name of Buddha and said in a deep voice, "Senior brothers, Violet Extreme Inspiration Great Celestial Emperor has the authority to supervise the gods in the human realm, but the nether world." The hearts of the Buddhist patriarchs were burning with anger. It was already a great disadvantage for the Buddhist League to only control the nether world among the three realms of heaven, earth, and human. Now, when Violet Extreme Inspiration Great Celestial Emperor wanted to use Daozu's decree to let esteemed Shou Jue supervise the operation of the netherworld, the seven Buddhist patriarchs almost fell out with each other on the spot. Your Tao League has already gained too much of an advantage. You can't go too far. Violet Extreme Inspiration Great Celestial Emperor narrowed his eyes at the seven Buddhist patriarchs and said nothing. 8 Daozu stood in a straight line behind Daozu. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely strange. Intentionally or unintentionally, many almighty experts of the Buddhist League and Tao League secretly held their most powerful magical treasures in their hands, waiting for Daozu and the Buddhist patriarchs to fight. Sitting among the many Buddhist League saints, Dei Supremacy narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. 9 Daozu, this is so unfair. TSK, if that Daozu Jue can get the position of Celestial Emperor, why can't I? Speaking of Shou Jue's contributions, could it be that I, Dei, have killed fewer to you generals along the way than Shou Jue? Rubbing his bald head with his right hand, Dei's Supremacy jumped out as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. If esteemed Shou Jue wants to be Celestial Emperor, why can't I? The 9 Daozu frowned, but the 7 Buddhist patriarchs laughed in unison and shouted, "That's great! Since esteemed Shou Jue can be Celestial Emperor, why can't Dei Supremacy? My fellow Taoists, if you can appoint esteemed Shou Jue as Great Celestial Emperor, then why can't the 7 of us make esteemed Shou Jue the Celestial Emperor?" It was a mess, a complete mess. Inside Empress Hua Palace, the Huahuang clan and the others were rocking back and forth with laughter, watching the struggle for power between the Buddhist League and the Dao League with great pleasure. The 9 Daozu were so angry that they almost vomited blood. If it were not for the fact that this was not the best time to fall out with the Buddhist League, they really wanted to start a war and completely destroy the Buddhist League. Purple-browed Daozu was so angry that his nose was crooked. By appointing esteemed Shou Zhuo as the 7th great celestial emperor to supervise the earth realm and the mortal realm, there was no place for him to do that. But the 9 of them had promised to make esteemed Shou Zhuo the 7th great celestial emperor, so they had no choice but to find a way to fool him first. How long this great celestial emperor could last was up to them. When the conferment of gods was over, they could find a reason to depose esteemed Shou Zhuo. Of course, the Daozu did mean to make things difficult for esteemed Shou Zhuo. That was why they gave him the power to supervise the netherworld. But was it necessary for the 7 Buddhist patriarchs to jump out just for this little power? Was it necessary? The overall situation was the most important thing. Did you 7 bald donkeys know what the overall situation was? Pangu was probably hiding in Panga continent, and there were world breakers lurking in the chaos. If they could not control the entire great Tao of Panga world, they would all be finished. At such a critical moment, did you 7 bald donkeys really turn against each other for this little power of supervision? Purple-browed Daozu stared angrily at Buddha Shoshin, and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs stared back at the 9 Daozu without showing any sign of weakness. Anyway, the Buddhist patriarchs felt that they could not let Dao League take all the advantages in the conferment of gods this time. Dao League monopolizing the celestial court and the mortal world had already made them angry. It was very unfair, and they were about to jump out and fight for the throne. But now, Dao League had made an inexplicable 7th celestial emperor to supervise the netherworld. Even the Buddhist patriarchs were angry, and they were about to fly into a rage. Seeing the atmosphere between the 2 sides growing tenser and tenser, esteemed Shou Zhuo wisely stepped back and hid behind the 9 Daozu. Shaking his big head, Supremacy Daozu gave the 9 Daozu a strange smile and said, "Daozu, please be merciful and make me a celestial emperor too. I don't want too much power. I just want to supervise everything in the mortal world." Shaking his huge bald head, Supremacy laughed and said, "I know myself very well, and I will never dare to intervene in the affairs of the celestial court. Please rest assured, Daozu." Dao Father Violet Brows frowned, not saying a word. Buddha Shoshin barked coldly, "My 9 senior apprentice brothers, our Buddhist Sangha has suffered such disastrous losses. We didn't foresee this before we came up with this plan. We are not as powerful as Dao League in terms of numbers. We have many disciples, but we only have a few core disciples. Now, we have lost half of our disciples, and you are still so harsh and mean. Don't blame us for it." A beam of Buddhist light gushed out from the back of Buddha Shoshin's head, and a complicated wheel rose up with a rumbling sound of Sanskrit. Purple-browed Daozu glanced at the 8 junior brothers behind him, and they quickly exchanged their opinions. Then, they looked up at the direction of the heavens beyond. Purple-browed Daozu sighed and nodded at the 7 Buddhists. Well said, well said. The matter of apatheicizing is very important, and we'd better finish it as soon as possible. If Supremacy Daozu is willing to be the 8th celestial emperor, let him be. His duty will be the same as Shoshin. What do you think? The Daozu's wishful thinking was in full swing. Esteemed Shou Zhuo had asked for the position of celestial emperor in front of so many people, which was a great humiliation to the Daozu. Therefore, they arranged a Supremacy Daozu, who had the same power as him, to compete with him so that he would not be too complacent. As for the matter of Supremacy Daozu supervising the many priesthoods in the human world, these priesthoods were all held by the disciples of Taoism. What big trouble could Supremacy Daozu cause? On the contrary, if esteemed Shou Zhuo could stir up trouble in the netherworld, it would save the Buddhists from growing in the netherworld. It was a good move to weaken their strength. Immediately, the 2 sides hit it off. The 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists issued a decree at the same time. Just like that, Supremacy Daozu and Esteemed Shozhua were conferred the title of Great Celestial Emperor, and they had the power to supervise both the Earth realm and the human realm. Unless the 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists agreed to revoke their power at the same time, no one in the world could shake their power. Both Supremacy Shozhua and Supremacy Daozu squinted their eyes and laughed. Although the result was not satisfactory, the subtlety was beyond their expectations. After a while, Purple-browed Daozu waved the holy whip and conferred titles to the gods of the celestial court one by one. Just as he began to confer the title of the thunder god of the celestial court, a strange green light suddenly lit up the void around him. A hair as thick as a thumb whistled and pierced the back of Purple-browed Daozu. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.